Good morning, everyone. This is Christina Osborne with ISO's Stakeholder Engagement Team, and I'd like to welcome you to the Extended Day-Ahead Market Initiative Foundational Workshop. Today's discussions will be focused on the common Edam design principles, the initiative scope, and stakeholder involvement in the policy development process. Elliot Mainzer, California ISO's President and CEO, will kick off the meeting with some introductory remarks. He will then turn it over to Mark Rothletter, who is ISO's Senior Vice President and Chief Operating Officer, who will talk about what Edam is, and then he and several stakeholder panelists will respond to questions that stakeholders submitted on the common Edam design principles, and these questions are posted on the Edam webpage. We will then take a break for lunch, and then in the afternoon, Milos Bisanik, who is the Regional Market Sector Manager and Edam Policy Lead, will go over the initiative scope, talk about the working groups and the structure, and then he'll review the Edam market design timeline. We have allocated time at the end of the presentation for additional questions and discussion. And finally, we'll go over the next steps in the Edam stakeholder process. The presentation, design principles document, and questions related to those principles are available on the initiative webpage. There will be opportunities to ask questions throughout the workshop, and I'll instruct you on how to raise your hand at that time. This workshop is being recorded, and the video file will be posted on the initiative webpage for informational and convenience purposes only. And as a reminder, please contact the ISO before reprinting any related transcriptions. And with that, I'd like to turn the meeting over to our first speaker, Elliot Mainzer.
Thanks, Christina, and good morning, everybody. I'm going to keep my comments pretty short this morning. I know we've got a lot to get through, but I wanted just to start out by just thanking you all for taking the time. Really appreciate the engagement. I know there is a ton going on right now, and your focus and your participation in this process is going to be super important to its success, and I really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. This last year, I think we all know it's been a tough year. There's been a lot going on. Some challenging issues, but as I look back over the arc of the last 5, 6, 7 years, and I think about all the work we've done together, especially around the energy imbalance market, it really has been a transformational time. I think we've built something, a set of market processes, a technology platform, a wide area footprint, a set of working relationships that I think are just, at the end of the day, really foundational, really durable, extremely positive, and I'm just very excited and very motivated to work together, take this next big step, and see if we can really as I think in the words of Commissioner Clements, take the next step in designing a market for Westerners by Westerners into the day ahead timeframe. So very excited. I think today, is very important. We're going to have some opportunities for input on a couple of really key issues. I think we recognized, as we discussed back at the Edam Forum on October 13th, the work across the course of the summer to try to bridge some of the earlier gaps between some of the EIM entities and the California load serving entities was done, in a relatively small group. We first opened up the design principles back on the 13th, and today's an opportunity to really take some additional in-depth questions about those design principles. We've got a number of the EIM entities and others who helped develop those, who've here to really talk in depth and answer those questions and seek that input that I think folks really want and deserve on those design principles. I think it's going to be really constructive. And then I think we also, we're going to be talking about the process. And, this was, as you've seen, we've already laid out, I think, a fairly, it's an ambitious agenda. And the agenda is ambitious in large measure because, I think the incoming that we've had from many of our key partners and constituents is folks want to see some real progress. They want to build on the momentum of the conversation in the West, and they want to see us get moving. And so we have identified, I think an ambitious timetable. Just getting these next few months are going to be really intensive as we work together to sort of get the work groups together, harness what we know today to start working on the deep substance of the design. And see if we can come up for air, towards the end of February with the straw proposal, and then work across the balance of 2022 to complete the design. That's very ambitious, and I think it's also important, that not only we're trying to move, forward as expeditiously as possible, but we do need to make sure that the quality of the design is also very important, right? It's not a race. We want to have real momentum. It's going to be a big lean-in moment, but we have to do it right, and we have to make sure that the market reflects the interests of the different key stakeholder groups that have a real vested interest in making this market work for all of us. And so there is that balance between speed and quality that we'll be attentive to. I think also, we are, very aware, not only do all you have a lot on your plates, but, we have a lot going on at the ISO. We have other key issues that we're continuing to work through. We've still got the sufficiency test issues. We've got the wheel-through issues. These are important topics that we need to continue making progress on. And as we develop this stakeholder process, we'll be very open to your input as well on how to make this process as efficient as we possibly can. It's going to be back and forth. And so today, we've put some additional architecture in place, but want to make sure that we've got it structured right. And then, of course, I'm prepared. I've communicated to my staff. If we need to bring on some additional resources to support these different efforts to make sure we can keep the different efforts moving efficiently, we will do that as well. So it's a big lift, but at the end of the day, I'm just really appreciative, super, excited. And optimistic. I think this is a group of people that have a track record of coming together around solutions. There are a lot of new relationships that have been built here over the course of the last several months, and I think we have a big track record of success to build on, and I'm just excited to see if we can really position the extended day ahead market as the next major step in West-wide market evolution. So thanks again to all of you. Thanks to my staff, thanks to the whole team, and really excited to get things moving and hope for a very productive and substantive conversation today. So thanks, and I'm going to turn it over to Mark. So thank you all.
Thank you, Elliot, for those excellent opening comments. I think we'll just jump right into the agenda, and really just as a foundational discussion, we want to make sure that everybody's on the same page. And one of the first things we want to answer, what is the extended day ahead market? And so we'll just go through that a little bit at a very high level. So we all know what the Western energy imbalance market is currently, and with the value it's provided. It started in 2014. It provided the ability to more flexibly transfer energy, economic energy, between balancing areas intra-hour that was not available before. Some of the principles that the energy imbalance market was built upon was that it was a voluntary market. It was voluntary for a balance area to engage and enable the energy imbalance market in their area. It was voluntary what resources were made available, subject to things like the resource efficiency test and so on. The objective of the energy imbalance market was to optimally economically dispatch those generating resources that were already either online or could be brought online through a real-time market. And it provided an ability to more economically and more flexibly balance supply and demand across the wider Western footprint. And I think it has delivered those objectives. We've seen $1.72 billion of benefits since 2014. We've seen a significant growth in interest and participation in the energy imbalance market. We've quantified the amount of GHG reduction as a result of more effective use of those resources across the West. So it has delivered maybe even beyond what we expected in previous studies, what we expected it could deliver. And we're very proud of that. But as the energy imbalance market evolved, there was the next question, well, what could we do? And some of the questions that were asked was, well, as we come into the real-time market, is there a better way to establish our base schedules? Well, a day-ahead market helps you to be able to do that. Is there an opportunity to take benefit from broader commitment decisions that can be made not in the real time, but in the day ahead market where you can make decisions about longer start resources? Yes, that is also something that could happen through a day ahead market. And then lastly, is there a more effective way of making transmission and more effective use and efficient use of the transmission? And again, the day-ahead market affords that ability, because the day-ahead market is not just clearing imbalance quantities, it's establishing the plan or the next day plan for effectively the full amount of expected demand and uncertainty day ahead. So that's the prospect or the opportunity of extending what is already kind of a day-ahead market that we already operate today in California and in the California ISO footprint, expanding that, making that available to those who are in the Western Energy Imbalance market, and unlocking those benefits, those additional benefits through the Edam. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So as we think about what Edam is or what it could be and the values that it can unlock, we also have to be practical and be honest with ourselves what Edam is not. And Edam is not the equivalent of a full participation in an RTO. Why is it different? Well, transmission control, planning, and cost allocation is maintained with the member entity, whereas under an RTO, a balancing area would basically be turning over operational control to the RTO. Edam does not do that. The entity basically maintains that control, and we would have other mechanisms yet to be designed to incentivize that transmission being made available to the day-ahead market on a voluntary basis. It's also the Edam will not result in a single unified transmission rate across the Edam footprint. We have to have other mechanisms, other incentives to bring the transmission and provide for the transmission under an Edam. We're not trying to design a transmission access charge, a single rate across the entire Edam footprint. The last thing it is not a mechanism for establishing a common resource adequacy or a resource planning structure across the footprint. We certainly have to have and be cognizant of different resource adequacy and planning processes, but we do need a common resource and what we call a resource efficiency examination going into the day ahead to make sure that everybody's coming in sufficiently resourced to cover load and uncertainty. But we're not using this as a mechanism to create a common resource adequacy regime across the entire footprint. Now, that said, we all know resource adequacy mechanisms are either already in place in some states or are being designed across the region. And we respect that and we encourage that. And we also encourage the coordination of these resource adequacy programs. But all that coordination, learning from each other, that is not being done through Edam. And Edam is not forcing that function. I will say that the Edam would benefit from harmonization of resource adequacy programs and harmonization between resource adequacy and resource efficiency tests going into the day-ahead market. So the last point is the Edam is not intended to result in any specific changes in state regulatory authority, and I want to be clear about that. That said, we also recognize that some balancing areas and some load-serving entities will have to establish authority to join an Edam, perfectly understandable. But there's nothing that we are designing an Edam to force a state regulatory authority to do something different than what they already do or what's established. Again, I want to be clear, there may be opportunities that a state regulatory authority will want to harmonize or modify to gain additional benefits out of Edam, but that will be their prerogative of what they do, not be forced upon or pre-designed as a result of Edam. So, next slide. I'm not going to go through a benefits discussion other than to just articulate these high-level benefits. The first set of benefits that we understand the Edam is likely to provide are those production cost benefits or savings. And what are those? Those are the more efficient day-ahead hourly trading as a result of a more effective use of the transmission footprint. it's the benefit of being able to access more economic resource. It's the benefit for supply to be able to access a market and use their resources effectively and be compensated effectively for the value they provide. So those are all production cost savings, and they can be compared to what those production costs would be either under a bilateral market or other market structures. And that has been done, and that the quantification, the EIM entities had performed a study, and they quantified that as a potential benefit, at least at the time. It was about 14 EIM entities, potentially about $117 to $229 million of potential savings. Some believe that there are additional savings and benefits than just the production cost savings. And there's certainly a debatable debates could be had about whether there's additional benefits, including load diversity and supply diversity that would help reduce the amount of capacity needs or the capacity costs. The diversity benefits of supply, where a variability can be canceled out and results in a more effective or not requiring as much flexible capacity, dispatchable capacity on a entire system basis. If you believe that those diversity benefits are real, I believe they could be quantified. If you don't believe that those diversity benefits will be realized under Edam, then you may assume that there is zero. But there is at least a debate whether there are additional benefits beyond the production cost savings. We believe that there's also, and it's been attempted to be quantified, that there are additional environmental benefits. Those benefits, additional reduction of curtailment because we can better utilize clean renewable generation, a better accounting and reduction of greenhouse gas reductions across the entire footprint as we try to get to the least cost dispatch, considering greenhouse gas costs when appropriate. We believe that the Edam has the potential for realizing those additional benefits. So, and I think all those benefits, the production costs, the diverse benefits, all lead to the potential and opportunity for integration of additional renewables as the West transforms its grid from to a cleaner resource mix. So with that, that really is the essence of the Edam benefits, what Edam is, what it is not, and the potential benefits that we could unlock from Edam. Let me stop here, and I think I will just roll to the next segment, which is the discussion of the common principles. And I know there's probably questions. We will open this up to questions and answers, but we first wanted to go through and discuss the questions, and we appreciate the questions that were submitted in advance. We got a fairly robust set of questions, and we will be going through those questions now. And Christina, do you want to introduce this segment and including our panelists as we transition?
Of course. Yeah, so I'm actually, before we start reading the questions and responding to those, I'm going to go ahead and introduce our stakeholder panelists. So Kathy Anderson, who is the Senior Manager of Real-Time Operations and Markets at Idaho Power Company. Also, who's not listed on the slide, we have Alan Meck, who is a Senior Market Policy Advisor for San Diego Gas and Electric. Jeff Nelson, Director of FERC Rates and Market Integration from Southern California Edison. Scott Ranzal, Director, Portfolio Management at Pacific Gas and Electric Corporation. David Rubin, who is the Federal Energy Policy Director at NV Energy. Josh Walter, who is the Strategic Advisor at Seattle City Light. And finally, Mike Wilding, who is the Vice President of Energy Supply Management at Pacificor. So thank you all for joining us today. Great to see you.
Great.
Mark, would you like me to read off the first question, or
no. Let me do a little introduction here as well. First off, I do want to thank all our panelists. This is a subset of participants in the subgroup that was formed to kind of discuss the principles. We couldn't get everybody, and I also want to recognize that this was hard to schedule. This meeting was hard to schedule, and we recognize, being the day after Veterans Day, we are missing some folks, including some of our panelists that we would have liked to have had join us. We really did try to find a date that would work, but unfortunately, beyond the 12th, we couldn't find any date prior to Thanksgiving, and we wanted to take the opportunity and make sure that we had this discussion prior to Thanksgiving so that we could start the working groups shortly after Thanksgiving in earnest. So that said, I just want to make sure it was clear why we had a subset and not everybody here today. I will, let me, as a general matter, we did get some questions around the stakeholder process, and I wanted to address that, some of the points on the stakeholder process up front. The Edam stakeholder process will be fully transparent, and it will be inclusive of all stakeholders. It is not the same thing as the subgroup that we had to kind of get this kick-started, and the stakeholder process will be open to all stakeholders, and all stakeholders will have an opportunity to participate in the development of the final Edam proposal. The ISO will conduct a full stakeholder process through which all stakeholders will have multiple opportunities to provide iterative comments as the proposal evolves. The working groups, which is a new element to our stakeholder process, working group discussions are the first step in the Edam stakeholder process and will be constructed to solicit input and provide guidance from the stakeholders as the ISO works through and puts together a comprehensive straw proposal that will be further refined through the stakeholder process. This is new to us, and we will be evolving and learning as we go. But I wanted to be clear that even the principles that we've discussed up to this point, they will be reviewed as part of the working groups. They will be tested and they will be challenged, and we may find new information that may have further evolved those principles. But nonetheless, at least we have a core group that is coming into those discussions with a set of principles. And in that regard, over the past year, the ISO has been evolving its stakeholder process to allow for greater input from all stakeholders at the start of an initiative to define, including the scope of the initiative in an open and inclusive manner. Now we are taking this one step further to open up the process the ISO normally goes through in the first part of a stakeholder process, in which we're developing kind of ideas, straw proposals. We're taking that and actually opening that up to all stakeholders, and that's what the purpose of the working groups are. This will allow us to work through questions and design elements up front with all stakeholders through the working groups before we post the straw proposal. We believe this front-end approach will help create a more refined initial product in advance of the rest of the stakeholder process that will further refine, again, open to all stakeholders, refine the straw proposal to something that we ultimately bring to the board for the governing body and the board for approval. Once the comprehensive stakeholder proposal is published, we will proceed with again, open and transparent stakeholder processes, which we will consider and refine the Edam proposed design and considering the input from all stakeholders. Now, we have to be clear. An open and stakeholder process does not necessarily result in everybody getting everything that they feel should be coming out of it. There's compromises that will happen. There is balances that we'll have to strike. There will be things that we will have to ultimately design and then learn and evolve further after implementation. And I will assure you that everybody's thoughts will be considered, but I cannot guarantee that everybody's ideas will necessarily be adopted, but they will be considered, and we will be open to and listening for ideas from everybody. So with that, I think those are my opening comments, and I think it addresses some of the general questions that we received about the stakeholder process and how we will be honoring the transparency and inclusivity of the stakeholders in the process. So with that, I think I will turn it over to Christina to continue the set of questions. The way we'll do this is Christina will read the questions, and then I or someone from the subgroup will respond to the question.
Thank you, Mark. And we did post these questions yesterday, so they are out on the initiative webpage. So we'll first start with some general questions. The first set of questions we received from Energy Strategies. So how can Edam's design ensure consistency to the greatest extent possible across the various entity footprints? In particular, how can the market's design ensure that transmission requirements imposed at the individual Edam entity level to enable resources to participate in Edam are fair, consistent, and encourage third-party participation and bidding into the market? And how can Edam's design ensure consistency to the greatest extent possible across the various Edam entity footprints?
Great, and thank you for the question. This is, if we're successful, many of these objectives will fall out of the stakeholder process. And I do understand the essence of the question, because even in EIM design, while we came up with a common ISO tariff, the individual EIM entities do have their own open access tariffs that they are may be required to modify. And I know there's been some questions over the years about, well, is there a common way all EIM entities, could they do a common OAT revision? And at this point, there is not a singular common OAT revision to support EIM. I think we could strive for, and I think the EIM entities and ultimately Edam entities would value coordination to come up with potential common OAT approaches. But that said, there may be some unique circumstances that would require specific Edam entities to have specific and recognize specific conditions in their area, and we do allow for that to occur. Nonetheless, I want to emphasize that the stakeholder process will result in a singular California ISO common tariff that would apply to all participating Edam entities and also apply to the California ISO as a balancing area as well when appropriate. So with that, I think I set the stage. I wanted to turn it over to David Rubin to see if David has anything to add to the response to that question.
Thanks, Mark. I mean, I agree with everything you said, and I think it really goes back to a point that Elliot made in his introduction, which is, you know, the first step here is to ensure that we get the quality of the design right. And then once we have that and are comfortable with sort of the final straw proposal, the next step in any ISO initiative is you get into tariff development and implementation of the software process. And as you noted with EIM, there's the extra layer of the OAT changes that would have to be made or were made in that case and would certainly have to be made in Edam as well to implement the market design. To the extent that we strive for sort of a more common element, it could be, you know, important to reflect that in the California ISO OAT. But that's sort of, you know, getting into how we implement it. I think we've got a long way to go on the design process before we get there. In other words, I don't think it's up to the design to ensure consistency. I think that's up to the tariff development, first and foremost on the ISO part, to have stakeholders identify what are sort of the core elements. You know, transmission availability could certainly be one. those requirements are then reflected in the ISO tariff as a common basis, and then from that, the EIM, or soon to be Edam entity, would be making the O changes. And whether or not that's a collective effort by a group, or whether that's, probably more likely those who look to be the first movers would have the responsibility for putting that draft together. And, EIM Pacific Corp went first, and NV identified certain things that we needed, such as the use of ATC that was an enhancement on the pack, and then it went from there. So there's sort of a common core, and whether you do it as a small group going forward or a large group, I think that's a to be decided in the future. But clearly, getting the design developed and then how we ensure that consistency is absolutely something that comes through on the stakeholder processes as the ISO tariff is developed, and then subsequently the OAT tariffs.
Great. Thanks, David. All right, Christina, next question.
Okay. Yeah, we received a couple of questions from the Public Power Council, so I'll start with the first question. Could you review the changes in these principles from the previous principles developed by the Kaiso and EIM entities and describe the reason for those changes? We'll start with that question.
Great, thanks for that. And I know Kevin Smith has done a certain amount of comparison of that, and I believe there is some documentation that has been put together by the EIM entity core group. And in my view, from my view and from my understanding, these principles, the common principles, largely do align with the principles that were developed from the ISO and the EIM entities. There are some differences, or there's some, I would say, there's probably some areas of additional detail that have been articulated in the common principles. So they don't fully align in terms of the granularity, but I think there is overall good alignment. And in my view, it may be best to have the discussion about where there are differences discussed as part of the working group discussion. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to David Rubin and see if there's anything you have to add.
No, Mark, I think you summarized it well. I think, at the most basic core here, all of us want to have an efficient and fair design. And when I went back and looked at I think it was September of 2019, when we first put out some principles from the EIM entity group, that is clearly the goal behind it at the highest level. And I think all of our discussions this past summer, as reflected in these, are going in that same direction. I think there clearly may be some differences in emphasis as far as the principles this summer, I think, may have been more specific on trying to maximize the transmission available to the market. But that certainly was an underlying element of the broader EIM entity approach as well. And so I think, it's clearly a discussion that we can have further either today or the stakeholder process if folks think there have been changes to it. But I didn't see anything where there was a fundamental departure in where, the principles on either side were heading.
Great. Thanks, Christina.
Yeah, so the next question from the Public Power Council. What opportunity do those that were not involved in the formation of these principles have to provide input to revise and refine these principles so that they are workable for all stakeholders?
Yeah, so, well, it starts today. And in fact, the discussion we're having today is an opportunity for us to get some additional input, questions answered, and start the dialogue. But this is only the beginning of that process. It's really the next step in terms of the working groups that will have an opportunity, in my mind, to review the principles. They'll be able to debate them again. And there may be some new information that comes forward that would continue to evolve or modify those principles. And it was important, I think, to the group that we worked with, the subgroup, that we could only go so far in the time that we had. We had a very robust set of discussions, but did we have all the information? Did we have all the voices in the room? No, we did not. And I think everybody that was in that subgroup was recognizing that these were the starting point. This is where they could get in terms of common principles, but the rest of the process, starting today, the open stakeholder process is really where that continues to evolve. And maybe I'll just go to Scott from California, and maybe Dave Rubin representing EIM entities, just to get assurance that that view that the principles are important, they are guiding, but they may continue to evolve through the rest of the process. Scott?
Sure. Thank you, Mark. I would agree and echo the comments that Mark just made. The point of the working group that took place this summer was to start the discussion. The panelists that you see represented here, as well as the others that were in the working group, did not have the intention to do market design, and were fully aware of and ready to use what is put out here as the principles and concepts as a starting point to open the discussion, and an appropriate stakeholder process was always in our minds. We look forward to the opportunity to doing that, and the hope is that this allows us a foothold to start, open up that discussion. It is not a fixed foothold, as Mark has also talked about, that it's unchangeable, but rather gets the conversation going and allows us to move forward. And I think with the opportunity, both physically and financially, for many folks to benefit from the potential with Edam, we all felt it was an important stepping stone to moving this conversation forward. Thank you. David.
Thanks, Scott. Anything to add, David?
Just to sort of completely agree that, if this is just to initiate the process, I think we fully recognize, and it's, why the ISO has the stakeholder processes that they do, is for entities to bring in their expert knowledge about their specific situations that can then get reflected in a design that may have to accommodate, different parties with different challenges in their own systems. And the energy system on transmission is not the same as Bonneville's. And what we might be able to do as far as an Edam design accommodation on something like Bucket 2 might be different than what Bonneville can do. And I think that's why we want to have the discussions here and make sure that either those changes can get reflected within the principles, or if we have to rethink a principle to make sure that the design is just and reasonable, clearly that's what we need to do in the end.
Great, thanks, David. All right, I think we can go back to Christina.
So the next questions are related to the resource efficiency evaluation. So I'll go ahead. So BPA submitted the first question. Is Bucket 1 transmission required for a resource to be able to count towards an an Edam entity's resource efficiency evaluation? In other words, does transmission have to be procured by the time of the day-ahead resource efficiency test, 9 a.m., in order for the underlying resource to be counted towards resource sufficiency?
Yeah, so I think the answer is, at least based on the original concepts that I understood Bucket 1 to have in terms of transmission, it was that transmission was there to support resource efficiency, including resources in another area, and would articulate or provision that pathway that could be used to get that resource that was being used for resource efficiency back to the load serving entity's load. And it would be that bucket of transmission that would then be made available for optimal use through the Edam. Obviously, there's a lot of still details that need to be worked out and considered as part of the transmission and resource efficiency working group scope. But I think that is the concept of the Bucket 1, that the Bucket 1 was there, that transmission that was there to support and which should be identified going into the day-ahead market. And I would look to Kathy Anderson to confirm my understanding and make sure that it's aligned with the understanding for Bucket 1 transmission, at least at the highest level that we've gotten to so far.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. That's correct. I know when we've talked about it just as not this summer, but early on when some of the Edam or EIM entities have started talking about this, that is exactly it. The thought is that the resource comes, and so does the transmission that you have procured to go with it to serve to your load. And so I don't have much to add beyond that, besides the fact that the specific details will have to be worked out in the work groups, but the general thought is that the bucket one transmission is that transmission that comes with that resource as well. So
great, thanks, Kathy. All right, Christina, next question.
Sure. So again, this was submitted by BPA. So what does the Kaiso plan to do with the advisory showings? Are there any binding obligations for the advisory showings? And is transmission expected to be included on the advisory showing?
Yeah, a lot of questions there, and this is one area that was, I guess, an additional level of detail that was discussed in the Common Principles Working Group that was not probably expected or was already embedded within the EIM entities principles. It came about from some discussion around building some common confidence that there were some mechanisms coming into the day-ahead market. We went advisory to really leverage the fact that this is provide some transparency around and build some confidence that all load serving entities, whether it be California load serving entity or through its normal 45-day resource adequacy showing, or other load serving entities through what may be the Western Resource Adequacy Program, or through integrated resource planning, we came to the conclusion that everybody should have some kind of plan that included transmission and supply that they could articulate that they have sufficient access to capacity to meet their demand. It was not meant to be something that would be an enforcement. We recognize that there may be different RA programs, different mechanisms of showing, but we wanted to at least provide transparency into what could be made available through these advisory showings. I will stop there and maybe ask Jeff, Nelson, and Mike Wilding from PacifiCorp to maybe articulate further this notion about the advisory showings, what it's meant to do, and maybe Mike, articulate the discussions you heard or about the openness to being able to do this. And it wasn't really new information that was actually not available. It was information that was available. It's just making it more transparent for everybody. So let me start with Jeff.
Well, first, good morning. Thank you for having me. So this is I'll speak from my own opinion and my perspective. Resource adequacy and the ability to manage the grid, I think, is getting regional attention, and the processes are beginning to mature, become more formalized. And I think that's a very good thing. I think as the grid evolves, the sort of technology basis, it's going to be really important that people have plans on how to make it through the transition safe and reliably. California already requires 45-day advance showings before delivery. So this is a feature that's already part of the California resource adequacy market. And as the discussions went, we all agreed that there's going to be some sort of resource sufficiency test that's going to be quasi-real-time, basically like day ahead. But the conversation was, well, isn't that, at least from my perspective, the conversation, if you find out just day ahead, isn't that a little too late? There's really no time to react. And shouldn't we have a better feel if, let's just say, we're going into a September where everyone's really comfortable that the resources are there, everything's lined up, versus there's a tremendous amount of uncertainty, a month and a half out. At least some sort of common knowledge allows, I'd say, ISO is the Edam operator, and then all the individuals too that may actually realize there's issues, a little bit of time to prepare. So this is non-binding, I think this is starting to get into more of a best practice type of thing of getting information out there, getting people thinking a little in advance. It's my personal hope that the region's going to evolve to something that's more consistent and sort of more uniformed, and certainly getting in the habit of exchanging information, refining the exchange of information, I think is going to benefit the region just for conversation. Again, this is not binding, but it does allow additional transparency to reliability. It's a long-winded way of saying I think it's a really good place to start, and hopefully as time goes on, the whole region will evolve.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. And Mike, could you follow up on your perspective and maybe highlight how the discussions went and maybe how EAM entities that participated became open to this idea?
Thanks, appreciate that. I think part of it goes back to what you said in your opening comments, Mark, of what Edam is not. It is not it's not a resource adequacy program. It's not meant to govern resource adequacy or take any of that jurisdictional authority, and to allow each of the entities to continue to participate in their own resource adequacy programs or continue to plan for their own entities through the methods that you talked about, including IRPs or current market participation or a RAP program that is being developed and other efforts across the Western United States. And so I think it goes right back to what we've talked about, is just providing that confidence to the market. And what I've seen and what I've heard in a lot of different forums is the need for coordination across the West, that regardless of how each entity plans for its resources or through that, whether that's an IRP or if they're participating in a market or a resource adequacy program, there needs to be greater coordination and needs to be more transparency and confidence throughout the region. And so I think that's how we got to this point where we were comfortable with this advisory forward showing to as part of an EDAM. And then I think it is very complementary to the resource efficiency evaluation that we'll get into here shortly.
Thanks, Mike, and thanks, Jeff. And I just want to emphasize this came out of a set of discussions, and I would acknowledge that on first glance there was some reluctance to incorporate this, but I think through the discussions and awareness what it was trying to do, there was more and more openness to consider this, and that's why it remained in the principles as something that we should try to strive for. And again, in the vein of coordination, transparency, we think it's a potential important feature to build the confidence going into the more formalized common resource efficiency test. So I will stop there, and Christina, if you want to go to the next question, we can proceed.
Okay, again, this is from BPA. So what is meant by expected load? Is it P50? What type of reserves are being referred to?
Yeah, so generally when we talk about expected load, generally we're talking about P50. There is an expectation that the resource efficiency test is going to have to handle the expected load, forecast load, if you want to call it P50, plus a level of uncertainty. And I think the uncertainty will account for a reasonable level of load and supply uncertainty. The exact details around this and exactly how much and how to come up with that uncertainty and who's developing the expected load and how that load is forecast load is developed, I think those are all details that really need to be worked out and considered through the working group portion of the stakeholder process. But that said, I want to see if Mike or Jeff have anything to add from their perspective about this more specific question. Mike first, maybe?
No, I agree with what you said, I think is, pretty specific question. And so, yeah, I agree, P50 load, and we're going to have to tackle the uncertainty requirements as we move into these working groups. So I think it's spot on.
Okay. Jeff, anything else?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure if they had in mind sort of the forward showing or the resource efficiencies.
Oh, good question. I took it as being the resource efficiency. Certainly when we open up the Q&A, we can get a little clarity on that. But yeah, I thought it was resource efficiency. Yeah, and I think the uncertainty probably is a little bit of comparison, because I know when we do residual unit commitment today, we're driving the residual unit commitment process to at least in California, a 97.5 level load, and I think that probably would be built more into the uncertainty portion rather than the expected load, which would be the P50. So.
Yeah, that was sort of my thinking too. We'll have to define all the sort of criteria for the forward and the sort of quasi real-time showing. But I'd imagine the forward showing to be more just sort of basically on a 50 percentile. That's just been in my mind. But the actual showing, like you said, is going to be much more specific to the issues that we're actually seeing at the time, and have to have some buffers put in there. And we'll get into more about the interaction between various resource adequacy plans and the resource efficiency. Will require a lot of discussion to get all that worked out.
Absolutely. All right, thanks, Jeff and Mike. Christina, next question.
Okay, again from BPA. If the Edam RSC should not modify any aspect of local generation planning and certification, do the RS requirements default to conform to the least restrictive resource adequacy program requirements? And if an entity's local resource adequacy program and planning requirements are found to be deficient, how will the reliability concern of all entities lowering their resource efficiency procurement to that standard be addressed, and or the leaning on Edam by the deficient entity also be addressed?
Yeah, so obviously we're getting now into detailed questions that really go beyond what I think we grappled with at the Common Principles resource or Common Principles subgroup level. That said, I think at a principle level, I think there's an expectation that or realization that there are going to be different resource adequacy programs. There is not going to be, at least not through Edam, a common resource adequacy that will be enforced across the Edam footprint. Where the commonality will come into play will be a common resource sufficiency examination. Now, we recognize that there's interplay between the resources that come through resource adequacy that then are made available and become part of the resource sufficiency examination test. And I think, as I said in my opening comments, there will need to be some harmonization between resource adequacy programs and Edam resource efficiency tests, but it will be done in those wherever those resource adequacy forums develop on their own. We will come up with a common resource sufficiency test for the Edam itself, and then leave the harmonization for the states or the region resource adequacy programs to develop on their own. I think there is some opportunity for coordination, and I would be hopeful that this whole discussion leads to coordination, the opportunity to coordinate across resource adequacy programs, and maybe out of that coordination there may be some opportunities to further harmonize or levelize different programs, but that will be on a voluntary or basis to what degree that coordination occurs. So I think that's as far as I can go in terms of answering this question, but I certainly would leave it to Mike and Jeff again to see if they have anything to add on that. Mike first.
Yeah, and I think I would just add that, I think the coordination across the region is big, and that, of course, in my opinion, benefits the entire region and including those that would participate in Edam and those that might not. And so that regional coordination is huge. Of course, it would be voluntary. We would, look for others to help with that coordination. And then I think it just would emphasize too that, this would not be the resource sufficiency evaluation. That's not intended to become, the least common denominator of, all the participants or entities involved. As Mark said, that is supposed to, it will be common requirements for all participants. And those details do have to be worked out in the working group and through the stakeholder process, of course. But the intention is that we are all on the same playing field, that we all have the same requirements while participating in the Edam. But that forward showing or that that advisory showing, further out, that will allow, entities to continue to participate in their current resource planning activities or future resource planning activities as well.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike, and thanks for emphasizing that, because I agree with you. The common resource efficiency examination is not meant to be the lowest common denominator of the different resource adequacy programs. It will be, in my mind, and the way we talked about it was that it will be a strong resource adequacy test designed for what it is, and that is a day ahead confidence that people are coming in with sufficient capacity that particular day and capability that particular day. So thanks for emphasizing that. Jeff, do you have anything to add from your perspective?
Yeah, this is just a little bit more of the sort of the tension, and we're going to have to work all this out in the stakeholder process. We do have, some formalized resource adequacy processes that are going in California. Lots of developments in this Northwest Power Pool. And sort of the conversation was, we can't use Edam to basically undermine or veto or be a super restriction that in effect undermines activities that have already been satisfied and agreed to in those other formalized processes. So I think if it wasn't articulated, I think the good faith sort of argument that if we've got systems that are out there that are really showing reliability, we need to respect them, and the Edam shouldn't eviscerate those or put something on that was not designed. It's not intended to get to the lowest common denominator. There's a lot to work out on the resource sufficiency test works. One of the questions is, well, what happens if you fail? And that question about what happens if you fail may somehow interplay into this whole conversation. I'm sure it will. And there's just one other thing to remember, and I'll say it just because it adds an extra dimension as you're thinking about this. Even if everyone in the entire region said, you know what, Edam's great, we're joining, I wouldn't expect everyone to join on the same day. So there's going to be some sort of, some people are going to be in Edam, some people are on their way to Edam, and there may be some people that are just not going to be in Edam. And this system has to work under all those circumstances. So that's another part of the conversation that'll have to be in here.
Yeah, thanks, Jeff. And I kind of developed this notion of harmonization in our discussions when we had it. Can you, from your perspective, I think you felt comfortable with that characterization. What does harmonization in your mind mean?
Yeah, in my mind, it means that although different approaches, may have different ways of doing things, they're reaching the same common objective or sort of the same common outcome. And to the extent we're comfortable with the outcome, even though the approaches may be a little different, we should be able to work those together. They're all heading in the same direction.
Good. Thanks for that. And Mike, any thoughts on harmonization, what that means to you? Do you have a feeling that that's a similar notion, what Jeff just described?
Yeah, I don't know if I have anything more to add, but I appreciate the comments on that. So.
Okay, good. That was a good set of questions. Christina, next.
Okay, so more from BPA. What happens if resources complying with an entity's resource planning and resource adequacy programs count towards the Edam resource efficiency evaluation, but are found to be unreliable and unavailable to the market? And if the resource continues to count towards meeting RS, how will the risk of leaving the market short and or the leaning on Edam that this creates be addressed?
Yeah, so this is definitely a level of detail that we did not get into. And I think that is a level of detail of a resource efficiency evaluation, a robust resource efficiency evaluation that really needs to be considered in the working group itself. And I look forward to that occurring. I don't think there's anything in the discussions of the common principle subgroup that got to this level of detail. But Mike and Jeff, maybe Jeff first, if you feel differently.
No, we'll have to work that out. Just consistent with my comments, I think there's a good faith sort of concept behind here that we want a system that people feel comfortable is working. And we're going to back into that. What happens if we fail? And we're going to have to work all that out.
Okay, Mike, anything different?
No, agree with everything that's been said. I would maybe just say that, as I know we're going to talk more about the working group structure and the stakeholder process later on this afternoon, but just encourage, these types of questions and these, types of scenarios that need to be worked through to take those to the working group and participate in those working groups, because these are good things that we need to think about and the level of detail that we need to work through. So, really appreciate it and encourage and look forward to more discussion in the working groups.
Absolutely, good comment, and thank you for saying that, because we do want to encourage these types of questions, detailed questions. It's just that we can't answer them all today because we need to have that broader discussion. Christina, maybe the next one, which I think is also probably a level of detail that we're not going to be able to answer, but go ahead.
Sure, and this is also from BPA. So when talking about consequences of failure not being punitive as to undermine the benefits of Edam, what benefits are being referred to? Production cost savings or capacity savings? Both the Edam feasibility assessment and the state-led market study showed Edam would provide marginal production cost savings, but if an entity is consistently leaning on Edam for large amounts, the entity could be realizing significant capacity savings. The consequences of failure should be commensurate with the capacity savings benefits that Edam is receiving from leaning on Edam.
Yeah, so this is definitely going to be a hot topic in the working groups. I think we all recognize that the resource efficiency evaluation and maybe even more importantly, the consequences will have to consider those incentives, the sources of value, and the mutually beneficial outcomes to all participating in the Edam. And I think those are going to be a very robust set of discussions in the working group, and not just production cost savings, but the implications for not undermining capacity value and incentives for people to be resource adequate and contracting with necessary capacity. So again, can't answer it today, but that is one of the challenging questions that will have to be answered in the working groups. And maybe I'll just go to Josh Arnold from Seattle City Light, and maybe Scott to add anything to that. Josh first.
Thanks, Mark. Yeah, I think you've highlighted one of that this is ultimately going to be a very difficult issue to work through, but I do think that this also highlights the need for constructive dialogue in the work groups, so that this has been an issue that has been raised in various stakeholder initiatives and even in the initial Edam principles. So we've been thinking about this for a long time. I think it really comes down to working together to come up with effective and fair solutions. This hopefully will help highlight the need for balancing benefits with also a a system that is can be at a very high level shown and seen as a reliable market. So balancing reliability, working collectively to understand that that is something that we all are ultimately looking to achieve is, it will, I think you're absolutely right. It is going to be a tricky issue, but if we can all kind of come to the table working towards, a solution-oriented outcome, that is the intent.
Great, thanks, Josh. And Scott, do you have anything to add from your perspective?
No, I think you both captured it well. Thank you.
All right, so we're probably going into some broken record answers here about some of this is for the work group, but I do appreciate the dialogue and just the perspectives that we'll be hearing as we continue down the more detailed questions. So with that, Christina?
Sure. So yeah, we have a couple more for BPA. So how do you have an equitable application of RSE without a common standard? And how do you have a common standard if all entities qualify resources for RS based on their own RA program? So that's the first one. Yeah,
so I think it goes back to the similar questions and theme. Do you have to have a common resource adequacy program to have a common resource sufficiency evaluation? And I think the conclusion that we have come to is no, you can have different programs. I think different RA programs will have an ultimate common objective, but they may not have a common approach at this point. That said, the resource sufficiency evaluation going into the day ahead will be a common resource efficiency evaluation with a common set of hopefully consequences for failure or passing the test or the evaluation. So I think that's a theme that we have heard before, but I will just confirm it one more time with Jeff and Mike. Jeff first.
Yeah, I think we've hit on it. You got it dead on. Thanks.
Okay. Mike, anything else?
No, I think we've talked about it a couple of times already, so okay. I'll spare any more answers.
I appreciate that, and we'll try not to be repetitive, but just confirming when the questions are slightly different. So, all right, Christina, please.
Okay. Yeah, no problem. So this is the last one for BPA on resource efficiency. Without enforced physical constraints, how do you ensure financial consequences do not become an economic alternative to procuring resources ahead of Edam and coming in resource sufficient? Yep.
So again, I think driving into the same area that we'll have to take up on the working group, but under the current trading mechanism, there's not a common resource adequacy program, and yet there are bilateral and market trading mechanisms that do occur. How the EIM and ultimately Edam mechanisms handle this will, under a voluntary approach, participation model for the Edam entities, to ensure still there's benefits and benefits of the diversity of supply and load will be the challenge of the design. And I'm not sure there's much more we can add to this, but I'll check in with Mike and Jeff at this point. This is one of those working group detailed discussions and objectives that we'll have to work out. Mike, Jeff?
Yeah, I'll just maybe add, I think this is very much related to the conversation you just had and with Josh concerning, capacity savings and marginal production cost savings, and the resources and the balancing act that we'll have with the resource sufficiency evaluation. So I completely agree. We don't want failing the resource sufficiency evaluation to be an economic option. We also don't want entities to lean on the program and what that was mentioned before, but we don't want the resource sufficiency evaluation to be such a hurdle and so restrictive that we all are eclipsing our production cost savings in order to meet the resource sufficiency evaluation. So I mean, that's a tall order and something that's going to have to be worked through in the working groups. A lot of balancing act and a tall order, but confident that we can do something there.
Great. Jeff, anything else?
Yeah, so much work to be done here, but I'd say there's kind of another dimension that'll have to be, discussed and worked through. The first question is sort of, did you bring enough stuff to the table to pass your resource efficiency test? And then the follow-up is what happens if you didn't. But another dimension of this is the uncertainty that Mark talked about, is that how is the market going to sort of preserve capacity that people did bring to the table that's actually needed to deal with uncertainty that entity has? So there's both what happens, how much do you bring, what happens if you fail, and there's sort of the whole uncertainty question on how is capacity preserved for uncertainty. I think the whole objective here is to have as much sharing of resources as we can without allowing people that haven't done their fair share to lean on the market. And it's noble objectives and a lot of details to be worked out.
Okay. All right, Christina, I think the next maybe a set of comments, and then maybe there's some questions following that. And why don't you go ahead and we'll discuss the comments first.
Sure. Yeah, so these were submitted by PowerX, so they submitted 3 comments. So I'll just go ahead and read through all 3 and then see if you have any follow-up, Mark. And then they also submitted some questions. So their first comment, entities retain autonomy over forward resource planning and procurement. For example, resource efficiency does not impinge upon each entity's resource adequacy activities. So that's their first comment. And then Edam must include an accurate resource efficiency evaluation with consequences that are effective at preventing leaning. And then their final comment, Edam participants, including the Kaiso BAA, must commit to acting in good faith to undertake any additional supply procurement necessary to ensure they are consistently resource efficient prior to the Edam timeframe. I don't know if you have anything to follow up.
No, I think I tried to articulate these themes earlier on, and I'll just reinforce it that I agree that load serving entities will, and under their jurisdictional frameworks will have autonomy in terms of their resource planning and procurement. And Edam should not impinge upon that, so I think I agree with that. The Edam should have a common, accurate resource efficiency evaluation and a common set of consequences, and that should prevent leaning. We'll have to further refine what leaning means in a day ahead time frame, but we can certainly do that as part of the working groups. And the question was more pointed for the ISO balancing areas, and putting my balancing area hat on, I think we are completely coming into this discussion in good faith and with common objectives. So I can speak to that from that perspective. And before I go on to the questions, I just wanted to see if Josh Arnold and Scott Renzel have any follow-up or concerns about these kind of opening statements in terms of expectations. Maybe Scott first and then Josh.
Sure. Thank you, Mark. No, I think the comments are reflecting what was talked about in the working group, that there is an obligation, should you choose to voluntarily participate in this market, that there are rules that need to be made available transparently to the participants in the market and upheld by those participants in the market, and that if there are consequences for inappropriate behavior, those are well understood, outstanding and clear for everybody, so that there is a consequence to inappropriate behavior in the market environment.
Good. Thanks. And Josh, I totally apologize. It's Josh Walter, not Josh Arnold. I apologize. When we got We got two Joshes, and I messed them up. So,
Yeah.
Josh Walter, can you please?
Sure. Well, thank you for the clarification, but I don't have anything else to add. Scott, both you and Mark and Scott covered things quite adequately. So, thanks for the clarification.
All right, and I apologize for my mistake.
No problem.
All right. Okay, Christina, can we move on to the set of questions that then follow?
Yeah, no problem. These were submitted by PowerX. So first question, does Kaiso fully support the principle that Edam RS failure consequences should prevent leaning?
Yeah, again, as I stated earlier, I think we're going to have to refine the term leaning. What does it mean? What is it trying to prevent in the context of a day-ahead market? But once we have established that through the working groups and got some common understanding what leaning is and what it is not, yeah, I think the ISO fully supports the principle that the Edam resource efficiency test should prevent those and should have consequences commensurate with encouraging good operational practices. So yeah, I can agree to that, and I think this was more pointed to the ISO, so I don't think I need to look to others unless someone wants to chime in from the broader group. I think I can respond from California ISO perspective. Okay. Go ahead, Christina.
Sure. Next question from PowerX. Given that the EIM has failed to accurately recognize resource insufficiency of the Kaiso BAA or to prevent extensive leaning by the Kaiso BAA on supply procured by other EIM entities, how can potential Edam entities have confidence that the same outcome will not occur in the Edam? What steps will the Kaiso take so that no leaning is actually achieved for an Edam when it has been unable to achieve this result in the EIM to date?
Well, okay, so I think the ISO has been diligent in working with the stakeholders where there have been inaccuracies or flaws in implementation or design. We have addressed those. The ISO continues to work with stakeholders to evolve the EIM resource sufficiency evaluation and improve its accuracy. That is a work in progress that I'm not ready to discuss in terms of additional solutions today, but we're committed to doing that. I think it's expected, should be expected that the Edam resource efficiency will need to be designed with accuracy as the objective, and will likely also evolve with actual experience. These things are hard to design, and they don't always, you don't always get them right the first time. Even with your objectives, and you have to be prepared to evolve them as you actually experience them and have real life experience with them. So I think that's, again, I think this probably is a question for the ISO, and I'm responding from the ISO perspective, but I will open it up to others if anybody disagrees with what I just stated. Not hearing any, we can move to the next question.
Okay, and this one's kind of lengthy. This is also from PowerX. What steps will the Kaiso take to manage the fact that it not only has a primary role in designing and implementing any Edam RSE, but will also be the balancing authority for an Edam entity that is one of the most likely to experience significant challenges in passing an accurate and well-designed RSE? Would Kaiso support the engagement of an independent market expert to assist in the design and review of the Edam RSE proposal? The third element of a functioning resource efficiency framework has not been previously articulated, but it is a logical consequence of the first two. To the extent an entity's forward resource planning approach does not result in enough committed supply to demonstrate resource sufficiency prior to the Edam timeframe, then that entity will necessarily need to procure additional supply in order to satisfy the Edam RS requirement. Even a perfectly accurate RSE with effective consequences can only detect and strive to prevent leaning, but it cannot cure the underlying resource insufficiency. For this reason, Edam participants will need to commit to act in good faith and procure any additional supply necessary to ensure they come to the Edam with sufficient resources on a consistent basis.
Well, there's a lot there. I think it comes down to one, questioning whether the ISO can act in good faith in its various roles. I can say that we are committed to do it. We do have various roles, and we know how to make distinctions in those roles. That said, I think the stakeholder processes has to absolutely be open to all, including an independent market experts or experts to ensure that the market design is just and reasonable and not unduly discriminatory. And I think on the point of kind of reflecting back, again, I think the reflection back is the resource efficiency examination into the resource adequacy program. I think it goes to, again, to my earlier statements and our earlier statements about harmonization, and that there may need to be a mechanism for harmonizing the resource efficiency test with resource adequacy, but that will come about through the respective jurisdictional processes, but not necessarily be a enforcement from an Edam design, but it will be harmonized, I think, naturally as things progress. So yes, open stakeholder process, absolutely. Yes, our role, we understand we have multiple roles, but in terms of managing the stakeholder process, we are open to all voices and consideration. And I think that's what this question is getting at, and hopefully I responded to that. Again, I will ask my subgroup members if there's anything that you want to add to this. If not, we can go to the next question.
Okay. Again, this one's from PowerX. Does the Kaiso agree that each Edam entity, including the Kaiso, must commit to act in faith to procure the additional supply necessary to pass the RSE, including on capacity critical days, as a foundational principle of Edam design?
I think the simple answer is yes, with all the caveats and statements I said earlier. I think the ISO agrees that in the development of a robust Edam resource efficiency evaluation and consequences, it has to appropriately incentivize sufficient capacity as coming into the day-ahead market. Again, recognizing that there's going to be outages, there's going to be things that are unexpected, but those programs and the resource efficiency evaluation should factor all that in. And absolutely, we're coming into this discussion in good faith and very hopeful faith that the working groups will work in a similar good faith to come to a reasonable solution for Edam to be successful. So hopefully that answers the question, and again, open it up to others if anybody has a different opinion. Hearing none, I think we can go to the next question.
Okay. Sure. And this is the last one from PowerX. What specific steps will the Kaiso take to ensure such additional supply procurement occurs for the Kaiso BAA? For example, seek expanded annual and seasonal backstop procurement authority, pass through efficient incentives for Lscs and its BAA to procure annual, seasonal, and or short-term supply ahead of the Edam, etc.
Yeah, so the ISO already has several mechanisms to deal with resource adequacy deficiency, as well as significant events if conditions that weren't anticipated were to change and create a significant event. I think the ISO will have to evaluate in the context of the Edam design to see if there's any additional measures that would be necessary to help support and ensure that the California ISO has mechanisms to ensure that it comes into the Edam sufficiency evaluation adequately resourced to cover expected supply and any uncertainty. I think this is part of the detailed design discussions. There's an element here that may be unique to the California ISO that we'll have to also grapple with our California stakeholders. But yes, we certainly would strive to have a design and mechanisms that support a robust efficiency examination.
Okay. So we have a couple of from Public Power Council on the resource efficiency topic. I'll start with the first one and then read the following. So if the test is run 45 days in advance, how will updated conditions be integrated to ensure resource efficiency in the day-ahead timeframe?
Okay, sorry, I'm getting a little bit road weary here. Can you repeat that question again? Sorry.
Hold on, let me go back up. So if the test is run 45 days in advance, how will updated conditions be integrated to ensure resource efficiency in the day-ahead timeframe?
Okay. So I think this is referring to the 45-day ahead advisory showing. And under at least the concept that we had discussed in the Common Principles Working Group, this was an advisory showing. So that's not a test, I guess, is what I'm trying to ultimately get to the point. It's an advisory showing. It provides transparency, and not being a test, I'm not sure there is a direct mechanism to look at that and then use that to say that's the guarantee of resource efficiency. I think it comes down to the actual resource efficiency test itself and making sure that it's robust, it has a common set of metrics and design principles applied to it, and it's really the common resource efficiency test that is the test, and then having some common consequences. So the 45-day showing, it was meant to be advisory, not a test. And again, maybe others, if they have anything to add to that. Otherwise, we can move to the next question.
Okay. So we have one more from Public Power Council.
Okay.
So what is meant by the statement? The RSC recognizes the different resource planning and resource adequacy programs of Edam entities, and resources complying with those programs count toward meeting the RSC. Does this mean that the entities will be deemed to be resource efficient if they are complying with their own RA programs? If so, how does this ensure all Edam entities have consistent requirements for Edam participation, and how is this addressing the potential for leaning?
Okay, so I think again I've answered it probably several times, and hopefully the same way, that the advisory showings is not the test. It's not the common measuring stick. The resource efficiency examination going into the day ahead would be the common metric. And so, again, Edam is meant to be respectful of the different resource adequacy programs of the participants. This has always been a foundational principle of the Edam resource efficiency discussions, even back to the EIM entities when they developed their principles. So I think we have to look at it through that lens. There obviously we will have to grapple with how different mechanisms, including things that follow under WSPP Schedule C agreements, things that how resource adequacy imports are measured. We're going to have to grapple with those, and I know those are going to be tough discussions. We'll have to grapple with those and how those should be viewed within the context of a resource efficiency evaluation itself, and that will be part of the working group discussions. So I will maybe just go one last time to maybe Jeff Nelson and Mike Wilding on this topic, just to make sure I didn't miss anything, or there's nothing that this question raises any concerns about in terms of the work ahead of us. So Jeff first.
I think we've touched on it. This is all going to have to work together on how we recognize things, respect things, do our tests, define what the consequences are. It's all going to have to work together.
Mike?
Yeah, agreed. I think we've hit on this sufficiently discussed this subject, and the relationship between the advisory 45-day in advance resource adequacy and the resource efficiency evaluation in the day-ahead time frame. And so I think we've adequately addressed that, and I think it all goes back to, or not. It all goes back to what you said at the beginning, Mark, and kind of the scope of the Edam, what the Edam is and what it isn't, and really what we're trying to accomplish here is transparency, coordination in advance, and then having a resource efficiency evaluation that will produce, confidence and benefits for the program.
Okay, great. Thank you, and thank you for confirming my understanding was accurate. So with that, Christina, I think we can move on. I think the next set of questions are on transmission.
That's correct. So switching topics, the first, we do have a few questions for BPA. So the first question, in the previous Edam Bundle 1 straw proposal, non-participating load-serving entities would self-schedule generation and load. Will the concept of non-participating loads be retained in an updated Edam proposal?
Yeah, so this is gets into a very kind of specific question, but I think I could say that Edam, similar to EIM, will apply to all load in the balancing area. However, we understand today EIM imposes financial settlements on the deviations from schedules after T-minus 57 minutes. Edam will be slightly different in the sense that it will financially settle the day-ahead scheduled quantities. And so all that being said, I fully expect that OAT customers will be able to continue to self-schedule their own resources to meet their own load. However, those will be settled, and how we allocate any congestion rents hopefully will be largely hedged and held harmless about any transmission they're using that they have rights to do so. But the intent is that at the day-ahead market, those can be self-scheduled, but they would be settled through the appropriate day-ahead processes. I'm going to go to Dave Rubin, see if I missed anything in terms of setting expectations and responding to that question.
Yeah, Mark, I think you were spot on. The expectation here is that the OAT customer would still be responsible for coming forward with their own forecast and scheduling their resources against that forecast. As you said, it would be settled in the day-ahead time frame, and then we're talking later about the congestion part of this, which would allow that customer to exercise their intraday scheduling rights.
Great, and I think we'll get into a little bit more detail on some of the further questions, but yeah, thanks, Dave, for confirming that. Christina?
Okay, so I'm going to read this one verbatim. Hopefully it makes sense. This one's from BPA. What does otherwise high priority and otherwise highly reliable transmission mean if it is not firm, so give me 7-F, or conditional firm and secondary NT, and then that refers to 6-CF/6-N. Hopefully that makes sense.
Come on, Christina. That wasn't that difficult. No, obviously we're getting into the overlay of traditional transmission priorities, and certainly we've in previous discussions we've had some discussions around this, but not nearly, and the Common Principles Working Group did not get into this level of detail. I think we kept it at a level of setting the stage that we expect that the transmission that's made available, especially under bucket 1, is highly available, relied upon. How that translates into the more traditional firmness and priorities, that definitely needs to be worked out in the context in the working groups. That's where the expertise is. We hope that the subject matter experts that will be able to help make that translation in a fair way we'll be able to do that and have that discussion in the working groups. And like I said before, things like WSFP Schedule C will also have to be discussed. Does that constitute a reliable level of transmission? If not, what needs to be added to that? I think as far as I can go, this is definitely a working group stakeholder process discussion. Kathy, do you have any more thoughts about that, or this is closer to your work life?
Yeah. No, I don't have anything really to add to that. I agree. It's in the work group. I think there's going to be a delicate balance between ensuring that this transmission that we are all relying on is reliable and isn't going to disappear and is really there for the market to utilize, and also that balance of increased potential costs to customers in having to potentially use some product maybe that they don't use today. So it's definitely a question for the work group to get really detailed into what does that transmission have to look like, and that's kind of where I see it going.
And for those that are going to be in the working group, get your thinking hats on. It will be a fun discussion. All right, Christina, next question.
Sure, yeah, one more from BPA. Does bucket 3 consist of unreserved firm transmission or unscheduled firm transmission?
Wow, that's a good question, and the detail that I'm going to look to Kathy to maybe highlight what maybe an appropriate response is.
Okay, so bucket 3 should be unsold, basically firm transmission. The other 2 buckets would be covering anything that's sold, either coming from the transmission customer, either through an RS or potentially voluntarily bringing it into bucket 2. So this would be the transmission that is not yet sold on the system that the transmission service provider would make available. So hopefully that answers that question.
All right, great. Christina, next question.
Okay, so moving on to some questions from PowerX. How will Edam participants typically schedule identified supply to identified customers? Will Edam support base schedules submitted prior to the market optimization and that are not exposed to Edam market settlements? Or will entities participating in Edam be required to submit separate market self-schedules of generation and self-schedules of load, both of which will be settled as Edam transactions?
Yeah, so I think we touched on this a little bit earlier, but we could put a finer point on it. I think the expectation is the latter. In other words, entities will be submitting schedules and or offers necessary to support their load and will be subject to Edam settlements. The notion of base schedules is not a notion that I think applies to a day-ahead market structure like it does today in the EIM. In other words, the base schedules are those schedules that are kind of a balanced, non-settled input coming into the real-time imbalance market. Day-ahead market being the first market effectively. I know there's bilateral activity, and I understand that, but I think those will all be accounted for not as base schedules, but as self-schedules that then are settled through the Edam settlement process. But again, these details and exactly how that will work, I think, is subject to further consideration by the working groups. But coming into it, at least my understanding, and I'll look to Dave Rubin to validate my understanding, was not askew of others' understandings, that this notion of base schedules doesn't exist in the Edam, but the notion of self-schedules does. So.
Thanks, Mark. And again, at least as a starting point for the working group, and I think it's sort of a general theme from our discussions this summer, is just every attempt to maximize the transmission that would be available to the market. And then again, the working group discussions may identify places where that's just not physically feasible to implement, but at least as a starting point, I think we wanted to go with, as you said, Mark, self-schedule in the day ahead, use congestion costs and payments to handle the outrights for intraday changes. But that way we're not physically carving out transmission that might otherwise go unused. That's really the place that we're trying to avoid, if at all possible.
Yeah, and this was an important point very early in the Common Principles work group discussions, because it spoke to the commitment, and there was an early discussion about that the commitment was that the full volume of load and therefore supply would be made available. Doesn't mean that they couldn't self-schedule. They could self-schedule and they could use their transmission rights, but it would be done through the day-ahead process, not as a base schedule outside of the settlement or the day-ahead. Is that your understanding as well, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I think there's an expectation as far as, for example, the network transmission, that it would really be, sort of flow-based within the balancing authority area and able to be used by the market.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the transmission piece of it. And I think they tie together, because obviously the transmission that's necessary that is coming into play, that is used for getting supply to serve that load, that becomes then the kind of the pathway for the optimization. But we also recognize that there may be OAT customers that won't avail themselves of that activity, and they may be self-scheduling against their own rights. Is that correct?
Oh, absolutely. Including, for example, NV will must take QF's power purchase agreements that we would certainly be scheduling against our own. So not every resource that's available to us could be optimized.
Okay. Okay, good. I think we'll probably tread this one a couple different times in different ways, but let's go ahead and go to the next question.
Okay, some more from PowerX. Will transmission customers continue to be able to fully utilize their existing transmission rights once the transmission provider joins the Edam? And will this include the ability to schedule on those rights after the Edam timeframe with no exposure to financial settlement related to Edam?
Yeah, so I think that's the challenge. We've had to do that, recognize existing rights holders and ownership customers in the ISO design model. I think we'd have to do that similarly under an Edam for those customers, transmission customers that choose not to make their transmission available. And I think that goes to, yes, we would honor those rights, and there may be multiple mechanisms and things that we have to do that, but I think we'll have to discuss those and make sure that those are clear as part of the working group and the overall design. Dave, you have anything to add on that?
I guess just one maybe clarifying point. Clearly, that's the intent, to allow the transmission customer to utilize those rights. It is also the intent to basically hold that customer as harmless as possible. I do want to sort of go back to a term that I think exists in the Cal ISO market of the perfect hedge, which is, I think, a way of accommodating ETCs and transmission ownership rights. Perfect is a strong word, and that, I think, in the ISO can imply some uplift charges from one set of customers to the other. I don't see that as being the way Edam would work. I think we're trying to hold, any customer harmless against their intraday changes, but there really should be no cross-subsidization amongst our own customer groups, because again, they've all paid the same amount for their transmission capacity, and so to the extent that there's either additional transmission or additional congestion revenue that would be allocated across, the meter demand, or if there's a shortfall, that uplift would also have to be allocated. So it's not perfect, although, and this would get into, I think, examples that Mark has put together that will probably get rolled out in the work group. We really think that we can get close to that, and that's the expectation as far as the initial design proposal.
Yeah. So I think you highlighted two mechanisms. One is kind of this notion of a hedge or a perfect hedge, and making sure that those transmission customers are hedged against any transmission to the extent possible. I think the other mechanism that I'm aware of that is after the day-ahead market, if they choose to use their rights that didn't get scheduled in the day-ahead market, generally speaking, there is a mechanism for redispatch to allow those customers to do that if they choose to self-schedule or utilize their rights after the day-ahead market. That's the other mechanism I'm aware of that we use. Okay, let's proceed to the next question.
This is also from PowerX. Will a transmission service provider be able to continue to sell new OAT transmission rights, for example, as existing rights terminate, after it begins participation in the Edam, and have those rights continue to be treated as physical rights?
That's a good question. We discussed that. There was a notion put on the table that we will have to discuss in the working groups, this idea that is there willingness, again, with the objective of maximizing transmission available to the Edam, there was a discussion around the idea of any new OAT rights or OAT sales of transmission. Is there openness to consider that those transmission rights that are being sold from the provider, that those transmission rights be made available, or that transmission be made available to the Edam if the purchaser of those rights don't use them in the first instance for physical delivery. They would be made available to the optimization, and in return, that transmission or the right holder would be able to receive congestion rent if it accrued in exchange for making those rights available. That was an idea. It was a floated idea, and honestly, it was the EIM entities that participated in the discussions were at least open to the idea. There was a lot of details that needed to be worked out about that, so I don't think there was a wholesale agreement, but there was at least openness to consider that concept. And maybe, Kathy, you could elaborate where you feel things stand on that topic.
Yeah, so to the general question of continuing to sell new OAT transmission rights, the answer is yes. Edam entities will still have their own OATs. We still have those obligations under those FERC OATs to do that. However, what we did talk about, as Mark alluded, is that potential option of a customer, or if a customer doesn't use those, to be able to add those unscheduled rights into the Edam market, and that is where the work group will have to talk further, because that conversation needs to happen with transmission customers, quite honestly, in my opinion. So it doesn't change what we can sell under the OAT. Today, transmission providers still have an OAT under Edam that we have to adhere to.
Thank you, Kathy. And do you want to make a distinction between a post-Edam OAT sale versus a one that was pre-Edam? Because we also had that discussion about the distinction that anything pre-Edam would be honored as is.
Yeah, I think it's, at the end of the day, Mark, it's going to depend on, what OAT changes happen in each of our OATs. So if today, the OAT says you have those rights, you can use them. If tomorrow we enter Edam and we have some changes that we make to the OAT that allow the usage of those rights, then that's different. But everything regarding somebody's rights or OAT sales will be updated in each individual entity's OATs, depending on what works, potentially even for them. Everyone may not be able to adopt the same provisions. I mean, it just is what it is. So, I know David and I have talked a little bit about trying to ensure we're not creating unnecessary seams between transmission providers, but everybody's systems really are unique and different. So,
yeah.
those are the conversations that we'll have in the work group.
Yeah, and thank you, Kathy. And I just want to emphasize, we're trying to be as forthright and responsive to these questions, and we are saying it as we see it today, based on previous discussions. We have to be clear. We will learn from the working group discussions further, and we will modify as necessary. But I'm giving you kind of a very open answer to the questions as we see it today. So with that, I will ask Christina to go to the next question.
All right, so we have 3 more for PowerX. So the first question, will transmission customers that hold transmission rights that include renewal or rollover rights continue to be able to exercise those rights to receive OAT transmission rights for a new term and have those rights continue to be treated as physical rights? Yeah,
we discussed that topic too. It came up, and I think the answer is yes, but Kathy, I don't know if you want to elaborate on that at all.
Yeah, the answer was yes, provided that the work group doesn't come up with some other, way to transfer those rights that everyone kind of agrees to. But again, the OAT is the OAT. There is a pro forma OAT concept, and we will all adhere to that. So if somebody's got learned term rights, they would stay there unless there was some modification to the OAT that we all made.
All right, next question.
All right. So will transmission customers that hold transmission rights they wish to make available for use in Edam, be able to determine the quantity of such rights made available from hour to hour and from day to day?
I think the answer to that is a bit nuanced, and it goes to the earlier discussion we just had, and that is it a pre-Edam OAT right? Is it a post-Edam OAT right? And to what degree we gain agreement about the post-Edam OAT rights, having provisions that those should be made available for Edam optimization with provisions for compensation for use if not used otherwise. So there's a lot of details there coming off of what we discussed in the common principle work group that needs to be kind of discussed at the working group level in detail. So I don't think it's a easy answer to just give a quick response at this point, but we did discuss some of those concepts. Kathy, anything to add?
No, yeah, I agree. It's a detail the work group will have to work through. We've just kind of thrown out the concept of that kind of bucket 2 transmission. The details will be worked out.
Yep. Good. Next question.
Sure. This last one from PowerX. Will transmission service providers with unsold transmission capability and that wish to make some of all of that capability available for use in Edam be able to determine the quantity made available from hour to hour and from day to day?
I think ultimately, again, it goes back to the same answer that we just talked about. This is some of the level of detail and scenarios we'll have to play out in the working groups to make sure that how it plays out through the lens of some of the principles that we discussed, or if any of the principles need to be revised. So I think this is in a similar situation. Kathy, anything that you feel is different in this question in terms of response?
No, I don't. That bucket 3 transmission is also going to have to be kind of detailed out through the work groups as to whether there is a must offer or if it's voluntary as well. And then, how is it handled, with, a non-Edam transmission provider through the middle of someone's system. There's a lot of details that have to be worked out on how we deal with that. And we would expect the work groups to really dig into that stuff.
Yeah, great, thanks.
Okay.
Next question.
Questions are from the Public Power Council. When transmission providers be required to make bucket 3 transmission available to Edam, how would the amount of transmission available in bucket 3 be defined? And how would this be handled for a transmission provider that is located within an Edam entity BAA but is not an Edam participant themselves?
Yeah, definitely getting down into the details, but I guess at a high level, the bucket 3 transmission was not a obligation to provide, but to achieve the maximization principle was incentivized to provide if it was not otherwise sold or allocated. The details of how that plays out in terms of the transmission provider's, original transmission provider's ability, or what that rate of compensation is, I think those are the details that definitely have to be worked out through the working group process. Kathy, anything to add there?
Nope, I know the answer sounds redundant with the work group, but that's kind of the answer. We tried not to get into those kind of weeds.
Okay, go ahead and move on then. Can you please address why the base scheduling paradigm was eliminated in these updated principles, and what the impacts of the decision did the group consider in making that determination? That's from Public Power Council.
Yeah, so I don't think there was any explicit discussion about eliminating the base schedules. It's just the base schedule concept, as I discussed earlier, is more of a concept of the EIM. The day, it's just not aligned with the day ahead market concept, whereby and the participation model concept that we discussed, and that is you can come in with self schedules, but a base schedule that wasn't settled and wasn't modeled creates some concerns about, one, accuracy of flows, and then does it create any kind of unintended consequences. And so at the level that we spoke about it in the principal working group, it just wasn't considered, and it wasn't consistent with the day ahead concept and the participation model. I'll ask Dave Rubin if he can add anything to that.
Hit the mute button, right? The answer will still be no. I think we've talked about it in response to a couple of questions, Mark, and
okay.
At this point, nothing more to add on it.
Okay.
Mark, could I jump in a little bit on this?
Sure, thanks.
So I think something I said earlier is that, look, not everyone's going to join the EDAM at the same time. And so the EIM folks, there's still going to be EIM folks unless they become EDAM folks. So that still will have base schedules, in my understanding. So the EIM will still follow sort of a base schedule approach.
Good clarification. I mean, certainly that is the concept. An EIM entity may not move or choose to move on to being an EDAM entity, in which case, yes, they could still do base schedules in the EIM participation. But if they were to move into EDAM, this notion of base schedules for the day ahead becomes different. So. Yeah,
and just one other thing, we may have touched on it, but it's the theme of that when people are in EDAM, they're fully in EDAM. They're not, kind of sort of in, sort of out. And we talked about that in the principles. And the base schedule doesn't resonate with full participation.
Yeah. Thanks, Jeff, for adding on to that. Appreciate that. Okay, Christina?
Sure. Again, from the Public Power Council, please explain how the potential policy to allow the market to use transmission that has been purchased under the OAT framework without entities choosing to donate that transmission is consistent with the objective of, quote, respecting the existing OAT framework and contractual commitments, close quote, as stated in the proposed EDAM principle.
All right. I think we're trying to do both. We're trying to be both respectful for the longstanding OAT framework and those who have those rights, especially pre-EDAM OAT rights. I think the only thing that we have discussed is the potential for a post-EDAM OAT framework that would allow, if their rights went unused, they could be made available, and then they could be compensated for use through the congestion rent mechanism. And then again, that was all in the context of trying to maximize transmission availability and having EDAM work most effectively and efficiently and using transmission most effectively. So there is definitely details to work out here, and and we're going to have to do that. But that was the concept, and it's not. We had to work through this in California on pre-existing rights, and I think we struck a right balance that has achieved that, and we strive to do that as well under the Edam. Dave, do you have anything to add on this?
I guess maybe a little bit. Obviously, to the extent that the customer schedules day ahead, so we talked about the self-scheduling or participation through bidding. That's what we're talking about here. In my mind, I think the question's getting at looking at bucket 2 in particular, how we could potentially use unscheduled transmission for the market. And at least as a starting philosophical point, when I think about this, and I know it's a different time frame, but if the customer doesn't schedule under our oath today, their point-to-point firm transmission is released for non-firm use. And so again, and I apologize for the repetition here, but we're trying to maximize transmission in the market and minimize phantom congestion. And so could we do something similar? Admittedly, it's now firm transmission and a day ahead, but the notion that if a customer hasn't indicated that they're going to use it, can we make it available to the market as long as we have other mechanisms that we've described in the workshop so far to allow that customer to come back intraday and sort of, I'll use the word, reclaim its right or use it and redispatch around it as Mark has indicated. And so that's really the starting point is under the today, it's a bit of a use it or other people can use it philosophy. And can we, consistent with the whole Edam approach, take something that exists in that form in real time and bring it into the day ahead?
Great. I think the next question is going to be similar answer, but let's go for it.
Okay. Also from Public Power Council, in the discussion on bucket 2 transmission, it is stated that the entities that hold OAT rights, which are used in the Edam market optimization, could still subsequently schedule their rights and recall the transmission from the Edam. Does that raise concerns about the firmness of the transmission being used in the Edam market run?
So I think the answer is no at the highest level. There was no intent to remove or undermine any of the firmness that's established. In fact, it was the mechanism, the market mechanism for establishing that firmness. In other words, that they have that right, and if they come in after the day ahead market to use that right, they have that right to do that, and we would redispatch and bump others to accommodate that. I don't think that's a new concept, maybe a new way of doing it for some through the market mechanism, but I think that's not a new concept. Kathy, do you see it differently, or do you see anything different in terms of how you'd respond to this question?
Yeah, I don't see that any differently, but I do want to make a distinction with bucket 2 transmission because there is that option for a transmission customer to just get it, donate or give that to the Edam, and that's not the transmission that we're talking about hopefully here.
Okay.
Because, if a customer says, hey, I want Edam to utilize this transmission and I want whatever, compensation, whether it be congestion or whatever, that transmission shouldn't be able to be pulled back because that has been dedicated. So I guess I would just make that distinction when we're talking bucket 2, but regarding the transmission that is basically unused that we've been talking about, I don't see
Okay.
what you said.
Okay, and certainly there's going to be a lot of detailed discussion about this. I'm positive there's different scenarios that we have not given a justice to, but we're going to have to walk through all those different scenarios and make sure that they play out as expected in the working groups. So, okay, next question, Christina.
Sure. Yeah, I have a few more Public Power Council that will close out this topic. So would entities whose transmission rights are used in bucket 2 transmission be compensated for the use of that transmission? If there are multiple right holders on a specific path how would it be determined whose rights were used?
Yep. So that goes, and I think at the highest level, the answer is yes. They would be compensated if someone else used those for any congestion. This is bucket 2. This is not usage. This is not usage compensation. This is congestion compensation through the congestion rent. So I think the answer is yes. How that money gets to the right holder, that's a level of detail that I think we spoke to at a high level, that the money would go back to the balancing area, the Edam effectively balancing area or transmission provider, and it would be through their own mechanisms, and that would ensure that that money properly flowed back to the right holder. And this is something, Dave, I know you brought up several times in that concept. Can you elaborate at all on that, how you see that working?
Yeah, and I guess maybe I want to differentiate between the bucket 2 that Kathy was very appropriately pointed out, that is offered by the customer to the market, can't be recalled. And in that case, I think the compensation is exactly, Mark, as you were talking about. And then there's this potential, what I'll call expansion of bucket 2, that, I also completely agree with Kathy that the working group really is going to have to look at and see, is it feasible to implement, where the customer didn't offer it day ahead. And in other words, our point-of-link firm customers have a choice of scheduling, offering it to the market, or sort of doing nothing. And, what we've been talking about here and spending some time on is, can we do something with the market with the transmission that they have reserved but haven't scheduled or offered? If the customer doesn't offer it, I don't think they would get that direct sort of bucket 2 compensation. I think that really comes for those who make it available on a day-ahead basis. To the extent then that it's used by the market, and anything that, as we said earlier, that goes beyond the compensation needed to hold folks who did schedule intraday adjustments harmless, then there would be a crediting back to all customers of that revenue. But I think the reason here would be, we're trying to incent that customer, if they recognize that they're not going to use the transmission, to put it in the market. We have then more confidence that the market is not going to have it subject to recall or modification. And in that case, that the bucket 2 offer is going to get the congestion revenue.
Thanks for those further clarifications and kind of linking up all those moving pieces. It does get a bit complicated, so that definitely needs further discussion. All right.
Just
next.
Transmission. In the earlier discussion, it was identified that transmission available to the market would have to be unavailable to OAT purchases during the market run to ensure it was actually available for market dispatch. Is that still a concern, or given the inclusion of bucket 2 transmission, which could be recalled in later market runs, is this less of a concern?
I think we have to revisit that concern, because I do remember the concept that while we're running the market, is there a blackout period of Oasis oat sales that's occurring until after the day-ahead market is actually done? I think we're going to have to revisit that in light of this additional concept, whether that's necessary, appropriate, or if there's ramifications to that. I don't know if I have a direct answer exactly whether that blackout period is still necessary or needed. Kathy, I don't know if you've thought about this any further.
Yeah, so my recollection was that the blackout period was really around that bucket 3 transmission, that the transmission service provider is saying, I have this unsold firm transmission and I'm going to let the market have an opportunity to use it. And it comes around to the complexity of how do you say, here's my inventory for the market. If you don't freeze sales coming in of that same, bucket of inventory. And so, we can have continued discussion on it, but my recollection was this was really around that bucket free. And I'm just still not sure mechanically how you continue to sell something that you've told the market, here's my inventory, until the market tells you what they've decided to use. So definitely something to discuss.
I may be wrong, but I thought there was also a bucket 2 component, because there could be transmission that's in the control of a load serving entity that they also have the ability to resell as well. So I thought there was a bucket 2 and maybe bucket 3 component. Anyway, we're getting into a level of detail that I can't resolve today, but certainly we look forward to that discussion and make the distinction. And whether that blackout period is applicable either to bucket 2, bucket 3 while the market is running, I just don't know for sure. Okay, I think that completes, or at least the set of transmission questions that we got. I know these are somewhat related, a set of congestion and maybe allocation questions that are next.
That's correct. So the first set of questions are from the CPUC. How will congestion rents on EIM transfers with California be allocated? In the last forum, Kaiso suggested that congestion rent would accrue to the entity on the side of the constraint where the congestion occurs. However, the congestion does not occur on one side of the constraint or the other. Rather, it occurs on the constraint itself. As such, the Energy Division staff are unclear on what Kaiso's design idea is for these congestion rents. These rents are an important equity concern as well as potential motivation for market manipulation.
Yeah. So with regards to the interface with the California ISO, I think there will be able to be a clear distinction whether the congestion is on the ISO controlled grid side of the constraint or on the Edam transfer side of the constraint. I think that clarity will be clear. And one of the reasons why it'll be clear is because the ISO does have ISO controlled grid, and it is differently situated in my mind in the sense that there are mechanisms already established for allocating congestion on the ISO controlled grid side. I make the distinction between that and a transfer pathway that actually came about from two Edam entities and transmission providers coming together and making that transfer pathway work. And it is a distinction. I know some may not agree with that distinction, but I do think that distinction is important, and it did lead to a recommendation or the principles that if the congestion was on the ISO controlled grid element, then that congestion would be allocated back through the ISO's existing mechanisms, including the congestion revenue allocation mechanisms. That distinction was made. Maybe not everybody agrees with it, but that was the distinction that was made and discussed in the principals working group. So I'm going to ask Scott and Dave Rubin to elaborate on this particular question and response. Maybe Scott first.
Sure. Thank you, Mark. Yeah, I think much like the transmission discussion, congestion has a lot of complexity to it that needs to be worked out. And the concepts and principles, while they achieve a good starting point, they are not going to be able to answer everybody's questions. And there's a lot that needs to be discussed inside the working group. I think one of the key aspects here is as we started looking at it, equal may not be the same thing as equitable. And as we look at the analysis, we need to understand how to achieve equitable so that we make sure that treatment across the board is effective for all. And I think that was part of our discussion as well that kind of got us to thinking about the principles to make sure that everybody is participating in the market accordingly and appropriately.
Yep. Thanks, Scott. Dave, do you have anything to add?
I mean, maybe just sort of the example that has been driving, as Scott said, some of the transmission discussion as well as this, and that would be, you know, for example, with NV Energy, we could have a geothermal unit located in Nevada that is selling to California. I mean, we've got several hundred megawatts that do that, and they do it through a firm point-to-point long-term reservation. And what we've really been talking about here is the ability of that unit to adjust its schedules from the day ahead. Whereas today they just pay our, transmission rate, and they can do that without having to pay anything else. That's really what we're trying to achieve with the congestion cost allocation, is to let them continue to do what they've been able to do today without any increase in price. And I think it is when you get into the work group and the specifics of how the dollars flow on congestion, we're really looking for the pot of money sufficient to do that. And that's the overall objective of where we're trying to go. We're not trying to earn more. We're not trying to charge the customer either more or less here. We're really trying to be as consistent as we can while allowing for all of the other Edam elements to take hold.
Thanks, Dave, and thank you, Scott. I think the next series of questions are kind of going over the same thing, but we'll try to answer them and maybe refer to some material that could come up in the work group. So, Christina?
Sure, yeah. So we do have a few questions for PowerX. Why is the allocation of congestion rents for transfers between BAAs governed by special provisions for the Kaiso BAA, and why was this selected as the starting point for the Edam discussions?
So I guess we got there after we reviewed examples and had a great deal of discussion about the examples. And what we observed in those examples was that a 50-50 approach on the ISO interfaces created distortions. It could create surpluses or shortfalls, I believe, and it would disturb the existing ISO control grid allocation mechanism through the CRRs. And as a result of that, I think we recommended and came to the conclusion that we'd like to not disturb that. And in the same way, we didn't want to deny, at least for the ISO interface, where an Edam transfer was coming in, if the Edam transfer were to congest, that congestion rent would go back to the Edam balancing area for their full allocation, rather than being shared with the ISO and getting embedded within the ISO congestion rent allocation. It kept things, I'll just be plain, it kept things cleaner. It was a lot more intuitive and understandable, and it especially when you have situations where you have multiple Edam transfer pathways feeding into ISO controlled grid as the other side of the transfer path. We look forward to bringing those examples forward to the working groups. They can be reviewed, they can be tested, and maybe at the end of the day, through the discussion, we get to a different place. But based on the discussions we had in the principal working group, that's where we got to, and it seemed to fit correctly based on the examples that we went through. So again, I'm going to ask Dave and Scott to weigh in on that, and maybe just speak to how the examples were helpful in forming the view on this. Dave first.
Yeah, really, nothing much more I can add to that, Mark, except that I think it really was sort of the discussion and going through some of those examples. And I think going back to some of our earlier discussions, that was why, as an EIM entity or EDAM entity, potential transmission provider, it also made sense to have the congestion costs run through the transmission providers and be allocated to the customers. As I said earlier, we're really trying to treat all of our customers equitably here on the allocation of congestion costs and then the payment of the congestion revenues that we receive. And so it really wasn't allowing one to get favored over the other in terms of our OAT customers. And it'll be an interesting discussion. I guess the other part that I would say is, and I think what the working group will certainly explore, there's a difference between a balancing authority like NV Energy on the border of California that I will say is relatively simple, or, you know, it's not got some of the intricacies that the Northwest paths have, or some of the interrelationships between folks with multiple interconnection points and BAs. And so there may be other complexities here that get discovered or worked out.
Scott, anything to add?
No, I would just specifically comment on the question about why it was selected as the starting point. I actually think, if I'm recalling our conversations correctly, it was what is designed here is not necessarily our starting point. We had introduced a topic similar to the 50-50 split that happens outside, and through the examples, it became clear that the Kaiso BAA was going to be a challenge to that process, and that's why we shifted more towards what you see as a final result here. And I think the examples were helpful to showcase how the processes that exist today didn't necessarily work in that paradigm and would need to be thought of differently. I would also point out that throughout our discussion, there was a series of examples that came up, but as you introduce new examples, it also challenges that principle. And I would think that similar to transmission, the congestion area, there are going to be examples that'll be provided that are going to challenge the principles and concepts we have. And I look forward to having that discussion in the working group and bringing those examples forward, because it's informative and helpful to go through how this works in its complete and detailed nature to ensure that we get to a result that meets the end goal of the principles and concepts, which is that equitable answer.
Thanks. And it highlights why we call them working groups. There is real work to be done, and setting up some of these examples is real work. And I think the working groups will be tasked with doing that, asking a question, sort of like along the lines we just did, and then go back and try to answer that question with concrete examples. So that is real work. So. All right, let's move on. I think there's going to be similar answers to these, but go ahead, Christina.
Again, from PowerX, why would Kaiso not allocate congestion rents for transit with the Kaiso BAA in the same manner as proposed for other Edam BAAs? For example, explicitly 50-50.
Yeah. So again, I think it's necessary to go back through those examples in the work groups to show how we got there. And I just, again, make the distinction that the California with under ISO controlled grid and its existing allocation methods, it didn't lend itself to doing a 50-50 split on the ISO side of the interface. I'm not going to ask Dave or Scott. I think we've said what we're going to say on this, and there will certainly be more discussion, and we look forward to bringing those examples forward into the working group, and there may be other examples that others will want to bring into that discussion. So, next one.
Okay. Sure. So if most OAT transmission is made available to the Edam optimization, is this approach not likely to result in the Kaiso side of the intertie being allocated the majority, if not all, of the congestion rent on multi-segment paths such as the Pacific AC and Pacific DC paths?
I'm not sure I can conclude that. We didn't get to that level of examples of exhaustive how much would be coming into the Pacific AC and the DC intertie, but I'm not sure by the examples that we forwarded, it seemed quite likely that the individual Edam transfer paths coming into California may very well be the binding elements before the aggregate ISO control grid side becomes the limiting factor. And again, it gets into the complexity that there's different rights holders, different amounts on both sides. So maybe that's a task of more concrete examples to go through that. Maybe there's something that additionally we would learn from that, but I don't think it changes the, at least where we got to, at least the examples that we tested it with. Kathy, I don't know if you want to add anything from your perspective on that.
Yeah, I don't have much to add really, except for the fact that I know as we kind of looked at some of these examples that were kind of created in the smaller group, those are super helpful. And I would say in the work group, they're just going to have to start working through these examples and visualize what it is. And that'll be a lot of work, but that's where it's going to have to go in order to answer some of these questions.
Okay. Next.
Okay. So one more from PowerX. Does the Kaiso believe it is appropriate or equitable for more than half of the congestion rent on shared interties, like the Pacific AC or Pacific BC, to be disproportionately allocated on an ongoing basis to either the Kaiso and distributed to Kaiso load customers or the external ratepayers that fund the upstream half of those interties?
Yeah, so I think there's some existing concerns embedded within this that go beyond the Edam. And I'm gonna, in the context of Edam, I'm gonna have to fall back to our previous answers and look forward to further example discussion in the working groups. I think PowerX has been clear about their perspective about this for quite a while, even outside of Edam, and I think that there's some additional points here being made beyond just Edam itself. So I don't want to go beyond that today. Next question.
Sure. So we have a couple from the Public Power Council. What is the justification for the different treatment on EIM entity to EIM entity paths, such as 50-50 split, as compared to Kaiso to EIM entity paths, so 100-0?
Yeah, so I think we've tried to articulate that. We will certainly go through those examples in the working group. I don't have anything else to add beyond what we've already said. Next question.
Okay, this is the last one for this topic. Were there any special considerations given to the Southern Intertide given the unique ownership arrangement and multi-party involvement on the path?
I think there was some consideration, and I think that consideration did lead to some of the conclusion about things can get very complex and could become distorted with multiple parties on both sides. That said, we did not do a concrete example with specific owners defined and quantities. We didn't try to do that. We did it more at a higher level illustrative example. And so maybe if there's some unique ownership, multi-party rights and quantities that are relevant, we can certainly make those examples more concrete and discuss them in the working group, and maybe there's something additional to learn. And before we go to the next, I just wanted to see if anybody from our subgroups have anything closing to add on this topic. Okay, hearing none, I think we can move on to GHG.
All right, so first question for GHG is for today. Is there a high-level approach to the Kaiso? Is there a high-level approach the Kaiso is considering for GHG accounting for Edam that can be shared? And how is the Kaiso intending to collaborate with state regulators on determining a workable approach?
I think the dilemma that we're going, or not dilemma, the pathway we're going to have to figure out very early on is a source-specific attribution or a aggregate transfer accounting approach most appropriate for the day-ahead market. We know there's differences between the EIM in real time versus Edam. There's things that we've learned from EIM that we need to apply to Edam. We articulated 5 kind of principles around GHG, and I think I mentioned that not all those are going to be necessarily able to be achieved necessarily, but we're going to have to balance that. And this will be one of the more challenging things. And I think from a work group discussion, I think it's going to be absolutely essential that folks from the California Air Resources Board and other regulatory bodies, I know Washington is setting up their potential programs, and others may be considering programs. I think it's important for them to be in the room and in the discussions and see the interplay between the energy market and the regulatory processes. So yeah, we look forward to a robust discussion inclusive of Air Resources Board resources and other regulatory bodies. That's how I see it. Prejudging what that looks like at the end or predetermining, I think it's a little premature to do that. And I'll look to Josh, Walter, and maybe Scott Ranzel to add anything in this regard. And I go to Josh because I know he's up in Washington, probably tracking things up there, how things are evolving, and just want to get some perspective on that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark, you touched on many of the elements I was going to talk about, and specifically to Washington State's cap and trade or cap and invest program. We're in the midst of rulemaking for that program currently, and I think this issue highlights the need and the idea behind a robust participation in the work groups, right? This is an incredibly complex issue. And as we work through the rulemaking in Washington, coupled with the market design in Edam, that interplay is going to be, it's important, and it's not just important for Washington. It's important in California. It's important in the other jurisdictions. But because of the high level of complexities, we in Washington State, we absolutely don't want our regulators creating rules that they don't understand, right? So to the extent that there is more and more education associated with the way the market operates and the way that GHG is accounted for in the market, learning about these issues and being at the table to help guide the ultimate design is imperative to its success. So, speaking to the last part of the question, making sure that there's space and participation from our regulators, I think, is incredibly important.
Thanks, Josh. And Scott, anything you'd like to add from California perspective?
No, I would just share the same comments that you and Mike have provided already. I think they're valuable, and regulator involvement in this is not only going to be crucial, but needs to be well understood to ensure that we're not undermining or overemphasizing things. And that'll be a valuable part of the working group discussion.
Great, thanks. Christina.
So these last set of questions on the GHG tracking topic are from the CPUC Interdivision. The system for tracking GHG emissions includes numerous compromises that make attributing GHGs and carbon certificate requirements feasible. With that decrease in the accuracy compared to direct contracting, how does Kaiso expect expanding those compromises to include transactions made in the day-ahead timeframe to impact the overall accuracy of GHG accounting? Presumably, some of the same transactions that would take place in Edam are already happening in the bilateral or import market, and therefore some accounting must be made already. Has Kaiso studied whether using the EIM system for those transactions will lead to greater accuracy or increased leakage?
So great question, a lot of detail there. I think, as I stated in the previous question, I think we kind of know the boundary of whether we do something that is more like a default emissions rate tracking against the total net transfers versus a source-specific attribution. I think obviously the source-specific attribution provides additional transparency, but does potentially result in some leakage that's unaccounted for, but it may allow for quantification of that leakage, whereas a default emissions rate may not allow for leakage to be tracked or accounted for. So I think those are some of those are the trade-offs that the working group is going to have to grapple with, and I don't want to set expectations that somehow we're going to come up miraculously with a solution that eliminates leakage. I think leakage is a natural potential phenomena that is going to occur because you have different GHG accounting, or you have GHG accounting in one part of the system and no GHG accounting in other parts of the system, and there's no way you're going to enforce one on the other. So therefore, a byproduct of that is leakage. You certainly want to try to minimize that, and if you can't minimize it, try to account for it and build that in. And so I think those are the things that we're going to be challenged to try to come up with in a context of not letting the perfect be the enemy of the good. We are going to have to come up with a solution, and it's going to have to be an adequate solution, and it may not be a perfect solution. So I think that's the challenge for that working group. It's always been the challenge for GHG tracking, and I think we're up for the challenge. We've learned a lot, and we can apply a lot of our learning going forward. I'll just go to Dave, see if you have anything to add, anything you felt like we missed in the discussions in our principles.
No, I think the only thing that I would emphasize is I agree, Mark, with the way you just characterized it, and minimizing leakage and not letting the enemy be the or perfect is good, but it's been a long day already. I think coming at it from sort of the outside California, one concern that we would have is, clearly making sure that renewable resources outside the GHG zone, if others are linked to it, are not disadvantaged in any way or discriminated against, that our solar, wind, hydro outside is not given some kind of, non-specific emission factor that makes them look dirtier than other renewable resources within the GHG zone. I think that kind of an approach would be discriminatory and probably a non-starter. And so we really, that's, I think, a foundational element on the outside of the GHG zone, that we want to have our renewables, which are going to be increasing parts of our fleets, respected.
Okay, thank you. All right, I recognize we have about 20 minutes left, and we've got still several questions to go. Christina, can you maybe group up the next 4 questions? I know they came from different folks, but maybe just rattle off the question. I think I have a common set of answers for those.
Yeah, no problem. So CPUC, and these are related to price formation. Will the Edam initiative consider substantive changes to price formation? And if so, how is this justified? First questions. And then with price formation being taken up separately, how will Kaiso ensure that this important issue flows back through into the Edam discussions? That was from Public Power Council. What kind of commitment is there to ensure that price formation is resolved in advance of Edam moving forward? And then lastly, what is the anticipated timetable for this price formation stakeholder process? And will Kaiso commit to complete the price formation initiative prior to moving ahead with Edam?
Okay, so I think we price formation issues cover a broad range of topics, and I want to make it clear on that. They ranges from scarcity pricing, some potentially market power mitigation, probably system market power mitigation more so, and topics like do we need to move to something like a fast start pricing mechanism, and there's probably other things. I know that how does storage factor into pricing going forward may be something we need to consider. So the long story short is that price formation is a general topic. It's not specific to Edam, and I think the recommendation from the working group has been that this is an important topic and should be taken up as a general matter, general market design matter. And I think we are committed to doing that. We will take that up, and I think the intent is to have that any price formation design issues completed ahead of any implementation of Edam. We know it's important that for entities to decide whether they want to participate in Edam. We understand that the price formation issues and how it's resolved is potentially important to some people in terms of their decision to participate in Edam. But I think that's I think that's the right place to take these topics up. And there may be other price formation issues that come up that we need to address, and we will commit to addressing those as part of a separate but parallel process that completes ahead of Edam implementation. I think that's the answer to all those questions. I don't think unless anybody wants to chime in otherwise, I think that captures our commitment as an ISO.
Okay, and then we do have some questions from the CPUC Energy Division. First, a comment. ED staff cautions that Edam should not include fundamental changes to price formation, as have been discussed during Kaiso's stakeholder working group throughout the summer, namely allowing fast start pricing, as has been advocated by several EIM entities, could run counter to California interests. And then their question is related to fast start pricing and carbon pricing impacts. How does Kaiso plan to account for and justify likely price increases resulting from fast start pricing, carbon pricing, etc.? The use of fast start pricing, scarcity pricing, or any of the non-marginal pricing schemes that have been discussed will necessarily raise prices. That increase could make the GHG cost a smaller part of the electricity price and could be a boon to existing and less efficient carbon emitting resources.
A lot there, and I understand there's a lot of perspective. I want to make it clear that the working group had not come to a conclusion that a specific fast start pricing design was a conclusion. I think the working group recommendation is that the price formation issues, including fast start pricing, be considered, and it's not. It's understood that other RTOs have either implemented or have been ordered to implement things like fast start pricing. So the ISO may be an outlier in the RTO framework in terms of evolving pricing mechanisms. I think we're committed. I think the presumption that a fast start pricing necessarily will lead to higher costs, I think has to be considered and balanced with what happens to uplift costs and what are the incentives and what does it do to help incentives. So I have not come to a conclusion myself, and I think others are open to having this discussion and learn from others and see where it takes us. So I'm not prejudging, nor am I prejudging that fast start pricing is going to be the outcome. And I look forward to a robust discussion on this topic in the stakeholder process. And it has always been a robust discussion, and it will be. But we look forward to that discussion occurring. Thank you. Next question.
Okay, and our last one's from PowerX. But given the price formation changes will directly affect Edam transaction participation, Under what governance framework will the price formation stakeholder process proceed? In particular, will the starting point be FERC policy and best practices from other organized markets, or will the starting point be from the Kaiso's existing market design, with any departures from it bearing the burden of justifying why they are necessary? If the latter, who will determine whether sufficient justification can be provided? Who will design the initial straw proposal, and who will judge whether modifications to the straw proposal should be made? And what will the role of Edam participants in approving any modifications to the straw proposal and the final proposal?
Yeah, so a lot of questions there. I think this obvious starting point is what our existing design is. And we will certainly look to what FERC has concluded and authorized or ordered for other RTOs. We will have to take that under consideration and understand it. There may be legitimate reasons where California and the ISO may be different, and we'll have to discuss those. Ultimately, where the recommendation that falls out of that stakeholder process goes, I think, but I think I'll need some additional consideration on this, but I think it would go to and be recommended through both the EIM governing body for consideration and the Board of Governors, but I'd have to double check that with our folks to confirm that, but that's what I believe. Okay.
All right. So we'll go to other issues. We have some questions. So the first set of questions from BPA. Will external resource participation be considered as part of the Edam stakeholder process? Bonneville serves load in various other balancing authority areas and will need a way to provide energy and imbalance reserves to those loads if those balancing authorities join Edam. Do you want me to just go through them, Mark?
No, I think at a high level, I think the answer is yes. At some point, we'll have to consider how external resource participation does do. Is there an external resource participation model whereby a resource that is outside of the Edam footprint but has some obligation inside the footprint? Are they able to participate? Are they in some manner? I think that issue will have to be taken up in the overall design. I don't think, and there may be times where we have to assign a work group or stand up an additional work group to take up a set of issues. I think this is one of those issues that maybe could be considered an existing work group, or at some point we may need to stand up an additional work group. So I think that's my current thought process on this without prejudging the outcome. And Kathy, you may be uniquely situated. You have a perspective on this?
No, I think it's just something that's going to have to be worked through at the work group. I mean, everyone's got their different perspectives on how this would work. So I would just look to those conversations happening more there just to help educate everybody about the positions.
Okay, Christina.
All right, so we have a few questions from Energy Strategies. How can the market's design ensure that transmission requirements imposed at the individual Edam entity level to enable resources to participate in Edam are fair, consistent, and encourage third-party participation and bidding into the market? Is there anything that can be included in the Kaiso's market design to address transmission requirements that may be imposed by Edam entities and ensure they are reasonable and consistent? How will intertie bidding be affected by the creation of Edam? If intertie bidding is eliminated with the formation of Edam, how will the following issues be addressed? The likely devaluation of transmission rights to Kaiso intertie points and the need to develop alternative compliance mechanisms for demonstration of compliance with the portfolio content category number 1 under the California RPS. And then finally, GHG accounting for imports into Kaiso. That was a lot, sorry.
There was a lot. So first off, I don't think there was any contemplation of eliminating intertie bidding for non-Edam transactions to the California ISO. I think the question that may be on the table, and it's related to the external resource participation model, is there a mechanism for intertie bidding at the border of an Edam entity? And I think that will have to be considered kind of in the same vein as we talked about the external resource participation model. And I guess my answer to the rest of the question is really, we really are encouraging third parties, transmission users, developers to come into the working group discussions and bring their perspectives, and so that they can be adequately considered through the stakeholder process. And we want a robust set of inputs, and I think that's where the right place is to get that considered. I'll just go to Kathy and see if anything I said differs from your view.
No, it doesn't really differ. With regards to, the Kaiso's tariff versus, a different entity's tariff, I think at the end of the day, if we keep the concept that we want to try to incent as much transmission into this market as we can, and, we want to have that as a goal, and we want to eliminate as much seams as we can, also kind of still keeping that concept that every entity joining has their own responsibilities for reliability of their systems. They have their own oaths. So there's this delicate balance, and I think that will have to come out in the work groups. How do we eliminate some of those seams? How do we get some consistency? How far are people willing to go?
Okay, great, thanks. Next questions.
All right, so the next ones are related to governance. Public Power Council asks, what is the plan for public engagement on Edam governance? What will the decision-making structure be for issues related to Edam? Is the Kaiso considering any efforts to make legislative changes to allow for more regionally inclusive governance in advance of the Edam launch?
Okay, so Stacy Krause is not here today, but we did collaborate with her, and I think we all agree that governance is a critical component to the development of Edam. The ISO is working with the Board of Governors and the Edam governing body to swiftly consider what the next steps are. The process will likely run in parallel with the market design work and involve consultation with the EIM Governance Review Committee. The Governance Review Committee has been waiting until there's been some Edam market design elements to consider. Consistent with the Governance Review Committee scope and first round of governance recommendations, I think today's workshop and conversation is integral to informing both the Board of Governors, the EIM governing body, and the Governance Review Committee's next steps. So I think that's where we are today in terms of governance. We know it needs to be addressed in the context of Edam, but it needs to, I think, be staged to make sure that it's staged in such a way that there's some substantive considerations and what is being discussed in terms of the market design level. So appreciate the set of questions. Next.
Great. And then we just have governance-related comments from PowerX. So I'll just read them off just for the group. The Edam forum recognized governance as a high priority issue for numerous entities. The suggestion that an appropriate and acceptable governance approach would be pursued at a later date leaves the Edam development process itself under the authority of the Kaiso, utilizing its existing governance structure and mandate. Importantly, entities and ratepayers in the Kaiso's BAA are situated very differently from those potential Edam participants, particularly as it relates to decisions on numerous Edam market design topics. Edam market design proposals that may appear acceptable from the perspective of California ratepayers, including extending core design elements of the existing Kaiso day-ahead market, may be highly problematic from the perspective of ratepayers elsewhere in the West. I just wanted to read that comment.
Yeah, and my answer previously, I think, applied to both those comments, and I think still apply.
Great, thank you. Okay, and from the Energy Division, incremental renewable integration increases from Edam. Pertain to California's goal for the grid is to reach zero carbon emissions by moving towards a renewable grid. How will Edam help with that goal? Will it lead to decreased renewable curtailment or increased use of renewable energy? Do we already get all or most of the benefits of geographic diversification from EIM? And what new transactions will take place? How much will this reduce renewable curtailment? And how will the reduction occur?
Yeah, so I think EIM does a good job at the scale that it works in terms of imbalance energy, but I think studies have shown and quantified that there are additional benefits. And I think having a more robust utilization of the transmission system provide ability to integrate more renewables across the system, also reducing curtailment, but also better use of renewable energy across the board. So I think there's incremental benefits to be had, definitely, out of Edam. I don't think EIM has achieved all of those, and we think Edam is an important next step to continuing to integrate renewable generations, not just in California, but across the West.
Okay, the next one from the Energy Division. This is on geographic expansion vis-a-vis storage use and development planning. Well, focusing on geographic expansion detracts from developing storage use and planning. Moving to a zero carbon grid will require using renewables across space and across time, given the existing advantages gained from the EIM. Is it best to focus more on incremental additional benefits of Edam or more on planning and using storage to integrate renewables? How much time and effort will be allocated for Edam development, and how much will be used to make the Kaiso market more capable of efficiently dispatching storage resources? What are the best ways to allocate policymakers' time and California ratepayer money in this realm?
Yeah, so I think ultimately to navigate this transformation to a clean energy grid, we have to do both. There's some immediate, more low-hanging fruit opportunities, I think, with regional collaboration, including Edam, that can be realized utilizing existing transfer and transmission capability. Storage is obviously part of the solution going forward. And the storage may be in part in California, and maybe storage opportunities and development in other parts of the West that then can be integrated and using Edam. So I guess I don't view it as one versus the other. I think we have to find ways to do both, and it will take both, and it will probably take both and other things to continue to successfully navigate a cleaner grid. So I don't think it's a choice of one or versus the other. Next.
Okay, we just have a couple more process-related questions. So what is the extent and time commitment and cadence of the proposed working groups? That's from BPA.
Yeah, so we're going to get into that into the latter part of the discussion this afternoon when Milos steps us through the stakeholder process and the commitment. I will say it is going to be a fair amount of commitments in the working groups. I'm expecting probably something like two meetings a day. I'm sorry, 2 meetings a day. 2 meetings a week per work group, probably a 1 to 2 hour period. So it is going to be a significant undertaking, and expect subject matter experts that are allocated to that will be committed to that. And there are some cross-cutting issues that we'll have to discuss as well as the working groups proceed. I'll let Milos capture the rest of that in his session this afternoon. Next.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and wrap it up with a couple more questions. What is the relationship of the DAME initiative to the Edam initiative? Is the DAME proposal continuing to retain the Kaiso's ability to RUC after the Edam market closes? And will RUC or its equivalent be retained in every participating Edam BAA?
Good question. Day-ahead market initiative on its own still is an important initiative. We still need to work through that in the context of what, if anything, needs to be done outside of Edam, but there is some linkages in terms of day-ahead market enhancements to ensure that what comes out of the day-ahead market, there's certainty and confidence in the results, and so we'll have to work through the interplay between things like imbalance reserve, which is kind of part of the day-ahead market enhancements. What is the role of RUC, if at all, going forward in the context of Edam? So those are, DAME is still an initiative that we need to work through. and feed into the results into the extended day ahead mark. And I think Milos will also get into that and kind of allude to the interplay in terms of the market design. So first off, I'd like to say thank you for all the very good questions. I know we spent a lot of time going through these. I committed to having some open question and answer period. I'm willing to continue to do that. I know it's noon for most of us, but I'd like to take maybe a 10-minute break, and I will commit to taking half of the lunch hour to answer any additional questions and answer. I hope my panelists could stay on with me for another half an hour, if you could, to take any question and answer during the lunch hour.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and open it up to questions. So if you logged in the WebEx, you can raise your hand by selecting the hand icon above the chat window. If you just dialed into the conference, you'll need to press #2 on your phone. And just a reminder to please identify yourself.
Yeah, could we just start at 12:10? Just short break, just to get a breath, and then we'll start back up with any remaining questions that people have.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I didn't catch that. Okay, so we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back and respond to questions.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right, so welcome back, everyone. So we did commit to responding to some additional questions on some of the questions that we received on the Edam principles or the principles themselves. If you do have any comments, if you could just, we are asking for you to submit written comments. So if you could just add your comments to your written comments, that would be appreciated. And just if we could just take questions at this time, that would be helpful. So if you do have a question, you can raise your hand by selecting the hand icon above the chat window. If you just dialed into the conference, you'll need to press #2 on your phone. Just let me know if anybody raises their hand, please.
Okay, sure. I do not see any callers in the queue as of now.
I think we had one. I think we had a question or a comment in chat. You might want to read that off, and we can respond.
Yeah, no problem. So this, the question we received in the chat is from Mike Florio, and he said, "Won't an expanded market lead to more perfect resource shuffling than exists today?"
Can you repeat that again? Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. So from Mike Florio, "Won't an expanded market lead to a more perfect resource shuffling than what exists today?"
Well, I don't want to quibble about words, but I do have to say that, and I've always said it, is resource shuffling is a specific definition in CARB's rules in terms of a scheme to avoid or reduce the carbon counting. That's not what's happening through the market. That said, I do agree that how things are done in a dispatch across a wider footprint can lead to leakages. And I think, as I stated earlier, that we do have to be cognizant of that and try to account for that. And I think through the dispatch, we will be able to have more transparency and potentially being able to account for that. Will we be able to avoid it? I don't think we'll be able to avoid it unless there's a common GHG mechanism across the entire Edam market footprint, and I don't think we could expect that to be the case. So hopefully that answers the question.
Okay, I don't see anybody with their hand raised. Checking the comments and no chat questions either. Okay, there's another one. This is from Mario DiBernardo. I think there was a previous question on how Edam could affect California's renewable portfolio standard. How has Kaiso assessed whether there is any RPS value with Edam?
Yeah, I don't think we as a group discussed that, and it gets into probably bucket rules in terms of RPS accounting. So I don't think I have anything to add to that. I'll just make the distinction that RPS account, in my view, RPS accounting is a separate accounting from GHG accounting. We will have to grapple with if there is an Edam transfer that occurs through the day-ahead market, to what extent does it fall into what bucket in terms of RPS accounting? I don't think I have a direct line of sight of the answer to that at this point. And I don't know if anybody else wants to add to that from my panel. Jeff, Scott, I don't know.
Yeah, there are some issues about resources being directly within a balancing authority. We're having dynamic ties, dynamic schedules as part of our California RPS accounting. I can't speak for other states and what it might mean for other people's RPS accounting. So your rules will vary depending on what your state requires.
Mm-hmm. Okay, next question.
Hey, this is from Vijay. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead, please. No, I was just going to say there is one question in the verbal queue.
Oh, yeah, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay, sure. Caller, please go ahead. Your line is unmuted. Please keep in mind that you'll hear a beep tone when I unmute your line. After that, you can ask your question. Please go ahead. Your line is unmuted.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley with the Western Power Trading Forum, and I apologize if this has already been covered. I joined about 5 minutes after I think you restarted. I had a hard time as someone who didn't participate in the small groups contextualizing all of your answers because of the topic jumps. And I'm wondering, Mark, if you're going to memorialize some of your feedback in writing prior to starting the small groups. A lot of the information sounded really helpful, but I'm having trouble piecing it together holistically.
Yeah, I totally understand. We will be formulating some written responses to the questions, and we'll be posting those ahead of the start of the working groups.
It's wonderful to hear. Thank you.
Okay, another chat question. Again, this is from BJ, WRA. Will GHG accounting consider state level breakdown, or the accounting will be at the BAA level, as after all, Edam will be based off BAA participation?
That's to be determined. I think we'll have to assess that through the lens whether different programs, state programs, may be linkable or not. To the extent they are linkable, it may afford us the ability to do it at a combined GHG program level. If not, we'll have to consider then what do we have to do state by state for different GHG programs. I prefer the former, but have to realize that that may be beyond our control. So.
Okay, I don't see anybody with their hands raised. And BJ said thank you. Just give it another moment to see if anybody either sends a chat question or is a queue. I don't see any additional questions, Mark.
Okay, well, I know I've eaten into some people's lunches. I apologize for that. I do want to really say a special thanks to my panelists today. I really appreciate the commitment that they have to the process and the openness they have to responding to these questions. And I think with this type of stature and posture, I'm really encouraged by the potential for the working groups to work really well in developing the more detailed design solution. So thank you for everybody, and thank you for listening to me drone on for 2.5 hours. I apologize for that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mark. So let's plan to meet back at 1 so we can stay on schedule and hopefully maybe get you guys out of here early. So yeah, we'll go ahead and take a lunch break, and then Milos will be up after lunch to talk about the scope for Edam. So thank you all. We'll talk to you soon.
Please go ahead, Jimmy.
Good afternoon, folks. Thank you for joining us after the break. We appreciate Mark and the panelists. And I am Jimmy Bashara with Stakeholder Engagement. I'll be covering for Christina for this afternoon. And we will move into the afternoon portion, starting with the initial scope topics for this initiative. And with that, I will hand it over to Milosh.
Thank you, Jimmy, and good afternoon, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me okay. I'm going to cover several items for the remainder of the afternoon. I'm going to discuss an initial list of scope topics that will need to be addressed within the initiative, and there may be others identified as we go along through the different working groups and proceed with the initiative. We will then shift into a discussion on how we plan to get there. The discussing the open and inclusive stakeholder process that starts today and includes and leverages stakeholder working groups to inform market design aspects of the initiative. We will then close out with a review of the overall Edam project timeline and a more detailed view into how we will get there, more granular and near-term milestones. I encourage you all to ask questions. I'm going to stop at key points, and after each one of the topics, we recognize this is an important effort, important to set us up for success in how we structure our engagement with all of you to foster open and collaborative dialogue, and we certainly appreciate your feedback and input today. We left a little bit of time as well at the end of the meeting for an open forum discussion on anything you heard today. But as I said, I'll stop after each one of the topics for questions, and then the open forum discussion can be on anything else that might have been covered earlier in the day. So let's go to the next slide, please. So as you heard earlier, the common Edam principles developed by the group of entities focused on a number of topics that are important and foundational to an extended day-ahead market framework. Each one of the topic areas for which the group developed common principles will need to be considered from a market design perspective in much further detail to design the details related to that topic. This is where we look forward to working collaboratively with stakeholders through our stakeholder process, leveraging stakeholder working groups in this process, to develop that more detailed market design of those key foundational elements of the Edam. The common Edam principles, however, focus on a limited set of topics. We recognize there are additional topic areas that are important to consider as part of the Edam market design that were not necessarily part of the common principle development. And those additional topics will need to be considered through the initiative, and the ISO team will consider these and put them forward as part of our comprehensive straw proposal to the extent that they're not addressed as part of the working groups. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, I want to just briefly introduce the stakeholder working groups and the stakeholder process, as it will help visualize ultimately an important component of our stakeholder process and how we will further conduct market design for the topics that I'm going to cover. I'm going to talk about this map in further detail once we get into the description of the stakeholder process a little bit later on in the presentation, but I wanted to pause here and just introduce it because I think it's going to be helpful for the next few slides. As you heard today, as part of the stakeholder process and as a starting point, we'll be forming 3 stakeholder working groups to further develop the detailed market design of the foundational Edam topics. These working groups will be open to all stakeholders. They'll be facilitated by the ISO, and ultimately will be entrusted with the development of a detailed or as detailed of a market design proposal as possible, which will be incorporated then into a comprehensive straw proposal. The working groups will be focused on topics included as part of those common Edam design principles that were covered earlier today. And we envision that the first task of these working groups will be really to identify the detailed market design issues that will need to be addressed through those working groups, and a discussion as well on the relevant common Edam design principles that are relevant to that particular group. Those principles may potentially be affirmed, edited, or built upon throughout the discussion, and we encourage the working groups to dedicate time to this effort. We recognize this is important, and providing additional transparency and discussion on the common design principles that you heard today. And we already started some of that process through answering some of the questions that we received but I think as you heard today, we expect a more robust discussion on the relevant principles to take place within the working groups. So in parallel, the ISO staff will be working on other topics that were not necessarily part of those common Edam design principles as part of our stakeholder process. Proposals on topics that are not part of the working groups will be part of the comprehensive straw proposal that's targeted for the end of March of 2022. And I'm going to cover this timeline a little bit later as well in a later presentation. This comprehensive straw proposal will contain the deliverables, the proposals from the working groups, and the proposals on topics addressed outside of the working groups. The broader stakeholder community will have an opportunity then to comment and share feedback, which will then inform future iterations of the proposals on the Edam effort. And as I noted, we will talk about that stakeholder process a bit later in the presentation in greater detail, but I wanted to introduce it here, particularly the concept of the working groups as a starting point of our stakeholder process, because as we walk through these topics, I think it's going to help you better visualize some of the next steps and how the different pieces fit into the working groups. Let's go to the next slide, please. So let's go through the topics that will be addressed through the initiative, and these include topics addressed through or at least considered through the common Edam design principles that were worked on by the group of entities. And as I noted, this is not necessarily a complete list of topics that I'm going to cover, and we don't foreclose consideration of other issues or other topics that may arise, but these are the higher level categories of issues, and as the working groups commence on the different topics, each one of these will have discrete elements and components that the working group will need to address. Edam entity participation commitment, we'll start with the list. Edam entity participation commitment is, the initiative is going to need to define the nature of the commitment to participate in the Edam, including the time frame of commitment of participation and the terms of entry and exit. The common design principles help inform this topic. Another topic is the transmission commitment aspect. The initiative is going to need to define the process for making transmission available to Edam for optimization. This topic also has common design principles that are focused on maximizing transmission availability to the Edam and the different types of or uses of transmission as they're made available to the Edam. Working Group 2 in particular will be focused on further defining the market design elements on the transmission commitment topic, and the working group will put forward as detailed of a proposal as possible. And like I said, we'll talk more in detail about these working groups and the deliverables a little bit later in the presentation. Another topic is congestion rent allocation. The initiative will need to define compensation and revenue allocation process for transmission that is ultimately made available to the Edam. The common Edam design principles also discuss this topic, and this topic will be part of the Working Group 2 tasked with defining further detailed market design. And that's where, during the earlier discussion, as Mark and the panelists noted, there will be further detailed discussions and walking through spreadsheets, walking through different examples to illustrate some of the topics that will need to be addressed. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, the next one is supply commitment. So the initiative is also going to need to define the resource sufficiency evaluation framework in an extended day-ahead market. And as you may be familiar with, the EIM has a resource sufficiency evaluation in the real-time time frame. And in the context of Edam, the resource sufficiency would need to be evaluated in the day-ahead time frame. This topic will be considered as part of Working Group 1 that I'll cover a little bit later, and the group will work to provide a detailed market design proposal on the different elements and aspects of the resource sufficiency evaluation component. Another topic then is the confidence in Edam transfers topic that is also subject of one of the principles. And this concept really is regarding the dependability and the ability to rely upon Edam transfers. The initiative will need to define further how this concept is designed to ensure the dependability and priority of Edam transfers, as the Edam may decommit certain resources in favor of others in the day-ahead time frame to serve load. So this topic is really important for the discussion While this topic will not necessarily, at least at this stage, be part of one of the 3 working groups that's been identified, this will be part of the list of items that the ISO will look to provide a proposal on as the stakeholder process goes on. And then GHG accounting. This initiative, again, is also going to need to define the market design framework accounting for GHG costs and the obligation arising from Edam transfers across different Edam entities and across different state lines. As other states across the West consider potential GHG programs, it will be important to design a framework that really recognizes and accounts for the different state programs as much as possible or as much as feasible. The third stakeholder working group will be tasked with developing the design framework on this topic and the different elements and components that may need to be considered. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so then this is the first couple of slides that we went over were the topics that were part of the common Edam design principles. And as I noted, there are a number of other topics that will need to be considered as part of the detailed market design effort. These topics would be developed further, at least initially by the ISO team, as they're not part of explicit working group topics at this stage. However, we're not foreclosing the possibility that additional working groups may need to be created or stood up at a later time to further design aspects of any of these topics or any of other topics that may arise through the discussions. So one of them is ancillary services optimization. So we will need to consider, there will need to be consideration of potentially optimizing ancillary services throughout the Edam footprint and compatibility with other programs that may be in place at the time, such as reserve sharing programs that may be in place. As you may know, currently the ISO's day-ahead market co-optimizes energy and ancillary services. So this initiative will need to consider this topic and associated design elements. Another one is convergence bidding, considerations of convergence bidding or virtual bidding across the Edam footprint or for individual participants. In the ISO market, convergence bidding allows market participants to make financial sales or purchases in the day-ahead market, which improves price convergence between the day-ahead market and the real-time market, lowering costs due to more efficient day-ahead physical supply commitment, and also provides an important mechanism for physical suppliers to hedge against generator outages. So this topic will really need to be considered within the initiative whether convergence bidding is applied across the Edam footprint or enabled for individual Edam entities, their balancing authority areas. There will be a need to consider additional market design details as part of this topic. Then what you see as well on the slide is modeling of non-Edam imports and exports. The initiative is also going to need to consider aligning modeling of ISO import-exports with the modeling of EIM entity imports and exports for non-Edam transactions. Among other modeling enhancements that are needed to support Edam, this topic would consider modeling enhancements to better facilitate representation of imports and exports, potential e-tagging or settlement rule refinements to support modeling of these non-Edam transactions. Congestion revenue right components may need to be considered here as well. The initiative could consider a framework for enabling CRRs within individual participating balancing authority areas to the extent these are interested in such a framework, facilitating distribution of congestion rents for making transmission available to the Edam. There will also need to be consideration of the Edam administrative fee. The initiative would evaluate the structure of the grid management charge for the administration of Edam. And there's already a grid management charge in the EIM, and this would now be looking at it from the Edam perspective based on the services that are offered. External resource participation is also something that will need to be evaluated. The initiative is going to need to consider processes related to economic participation of external resources in Edam. The Edam design will also need to consider how to best accommodate bilaterally contracted imports and exports and how these resources contribute toward the resource sufficiency evaluation of an entity. Another aspect is Edam market power mitigation. This initiative will need to consider enhancements to market power mitigation to better identify competitive regions in the day-ahead market There will also be an opportunity here to consider the interplay with any of the topics that may arise out of the system market power policy discussions in the price formation initiative that I'm going to touch briefly upon later. But this is kind of a catch-all area for some interdependencies that may arise throughout the price formation discussions. And then the settlement cost allocation topic as well. The initiative is going to need to consider implications on settlements and the different types of charges that may arise from the different proposals and impacts the different settlement charges that may arise from the different proposals, both the aspects that the working groups are working on, as well as those that the ISO team may be working on that are not necessarily addressed as part of the working group structure. And as I noted earlier, as we delve into the market design development, I'm sure there will be additional issues or topics that arise that will need to be considered. But we hope that, again, through an open and collaborative stakeholder process, that we can address those issues and work through them together. We certainly welcome your feedback and your input, whether that is in the comments to this workshop or within the working groups as we launch the process. We really want this to be an open and inclusive of a process as possible. So let me pause here for questions. I think this ends this particular topic. We'll pause here for questions to the extent anybody has any, and then we can move on to the next topic that delves, I think, a little bit more into the structure of the stakeholder process and the working groups.
And I believe we do have a question on the line. Being unmuted, please go ahead.
Hi, Milos. This is Bonnie Blair representing the 6 cities. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Good. So I have a question. I have done a little bit of reading about the resource adequacy program design that is being considered in the Northwest region. And the design as it's currently contemplated contemplates certain transfers during an operating day between entities that need additional resources from entities that have additional supply. It seems to me that that's going to have to be harmonized in some way with the Edam optimization and operations, and I don't see a place, at least it's not obvious to me, where that would fit into the working group process, but it seems like it's a really important topic that we're going to have to wrestle with.
No, thank you, Bonnie. That's a great question. That's a great point. And we've been talking about it as well and thinking about it internally as well. And I think it came up a little bit in the group discussions that we're working on the development of the common Edam design principles. I think that is a great point. And I think part of that discussion will probably need to take, or some portion of that discussion will probably need to take place in the resource sufficiency evaluation working group, or the, I think what we're calling it is the supply commitment and resource sufficiency working group. I think that is a good place at least to start that discussion as we're delving into the resource sufficiency design and how some of that interplay with the Western Resource Adequacy Program plays out in some of those details. But I think that's where this discussion would fit. And then there may be additional issues identified in that working group, or potentially what may arise out of that is consideration of a separate working group to address any of those interdependencies and interplays. But we're certainly cognizant of that, and we envision that at least discussion taking place in that first working group. And as I noted, I think earlier, once these working groups start, the working groups are going to work on a more detailed list of sub-issues that the working group will need to address from a market design perspective. And I anticipate that this will be an issue that will be identified on that list for that working group 1.
Thanks, Milos. I mean, just as a response to the suggested approach, I think the harmonization challenges, if you will, are going to go beyond just the treatment of those kinds of transfers in the RSE tests, because it will potentially impact the the optimization process for Edam. It will potentially impact the availability of transmission and possibly the priorities for different kinds of transmission. So I think it's a broader challenge, and it might even be appropriate to have, I don't know, maybe it's too early to decide, but eventually possibly need its own working group. I don't know.
Yeah, no, great point, Don. Yeah, and I completely agree. You know, I think we will need to consider. I think maybe where it starts initially is maybe considering within that resource efficiency group, and then maybe starting a separate working group. But let us think about that a little bit more. We do recognize there's an interplay there, and we'll need to consider some of those interplays. It's a matter of figuring out where does it fit best. Our initial thought was, again, starting those discussions in that working group one, and if, you know, based on those discussions and the scope and breadth of issues that are identified, if it needs its own separate working group, we're certainly open to that as well. So great point, great suggestion.
Okay, thank you.
All right, and I do not see any additional comments or questions in the queue at this time.
Okay. Well, let's go then. I think I have two more slides in this particular section. So let's go to the next one, and then we'll pause for questions again. Okay. So I want to touch a little bit on the topic of price formation as one of the topic areas discussed in the Common Edam design principles. And you heard a little bit of that as well during the discussion before lunch and the different questions from stakeholders that Mark and the team walked through. But the group working on the principle recognized the need to consider and evaluate price formation issues in parallel with the Edam effort. But outside of the effort, as these items are not necessarily unique to the Edam, but have broader implications to the market as a whole. And so to that end, we'll be launching as well the price formation initiative in early 2022, starting with an issue paper. But the initiative is going to consider a number of topics, including scarcity pricing enhancements to reflect tight supply conditions, examination of system-level market power mitigation, as well as the topic of fast start pricing, which has been adopted by to some extent by the other ISOs and RTOs. And I think Mark and others covered this topic a little bit in their discussion. But we recognize these are important issues as well that need to be considered and vetted one way or another. And we're also leaving room for, you know, as that initiative develops, if there's any particular interplay or aspect that needs to feed back into the Edam initiative, by starting these in parallel, at least it will provide us the opportunity to make those connections between the initiative as we start the effort. So let's go to the next slide, please. And finally, at least in this particular topic area, I just wanted to provide some reference materials. The different Edam topics we covered today and that I covered in the previous slides are largely consistent with the set of topics originally undertaken in the earlier iteration of the Edam effort back in 2019. Whereas we combined a number of price formation topics in that initiative. As I noted in the prior slide, we're now separating those price formation topics into that parallel initiative, separate from Edam, but nevertheless connected. Below are some links that are helpful to some of you if you want to go to some additional detail back from the 2019 effort. The first link is to the issue paper, as well as the link to the Edam webpage that has additional reference materials that you can find, including today's presentation and future materials that we'll be posting as we launch the working groups. That initiative webpage will be your kind of one-stop source for anything related to this initiative, including deliverables, notes, and other things from the working groups as we launch those. But let's pause here again and see if there are any additional questions before then we really move on to the next topic, which is the stakeholder process and the working group structure.
All right, I do not see any questions in the verbal queue as of yet. I think we do have some questions in the chat. First chat question is, will places outside of California be able to offer ancillary services under the current Edam model, or will that be explored in the potential ancillary services optimization workstream?
Thank you for that question. Yes, it will be evaluated as part of that ancillary services work stream and what that looks like and how. And I think the question was more, I think resources outside of the Edam potentially offering ancillary services. That's something that we can evaluate and consider as we delve into that topic.
All right, and I think we do have one more question in the chat. Will Kaiso IT/BRS development staff be participating in the WGs to help identify feasible solutions or identify where IT-related resource constraints would have to be addressed?
That is also a great question, and yes, we have. I'll talk a little bit about it in the next few slides when we get into the stakeholder process and the working group structure. But internally, the way that we're organizing ourselves, we're going to have a core team that includes folks from technology and from our implementation teams and systems teams, operations, and other groups that will be part of the core team that will be supporting all three of the working groups, and they will actively participate in those stakeholder working group discussions so that they can provide that input and hopefully, when we get into some of the idea sharing, really figuring out is something viable from a technology perspective or more challenging or potentially not viable, but they will be a key part of the team and will be engaged throughout the working group discussions.
All right, it looks like we did have another question come in. VJ says, so to be clear, each work group, 3 of them, will be working to create specific protocols. The additional issues will be tackled through these 3 work groups or standalone. And then there will be a separate proposal for additional topics. Just confused on what form the additional formal proposals take place. Thanks.
Yeah, and thank you for that. We'll clarify that, I think, as we get into the next set of topics. But each of the working groups will have a deliverable to essentially provide as detailed of a market design proposal as possible on the topics within the scope of the working group. At the same time, the ISO will be working on other topics that are not necessarily part of the working groups. All of these pieces will ultimately feed together into a comprehensive SCRA proposal that will then be subject to stakeholder review and input and feedback. So all of these are just different work streams that are all feeding into a singular SCRA proposal, a comprehensive SCRA proposal.
All right, and I believe that is all the questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, and I'll note as well that as we go into the process and as we look at certain issues, I noted this early and it's been noted even before lunch, but we may identify the need to identify additional working groups throughout this process, maybe a little bit earlier in the process or later in the process, but as we delve into these topics, we may identify concrete issues that are better served by through a working group structure to develop that market design. So we're certainly open to additional working groups developing throughout these discussions as the topics develop.
I do believe there was one more question that came in, if you have time to answer one more.
Sure, go ahead.
The question is, Milos, could the Kaiso please comment on the current status of the DAME initiative, next steps, et cetera, since it is a dependency for Edam? I see it as a topic on the MSC agenda for next week.
Yeah, and maybe just to avoid any kind of confusion between issues, maybe we can reserve this question for the open forum that we get after I get through a couple of the next topics. Let's address it there just so we can provide it some of the additional clarity on that topic, and we don't necessarily jump to different issues. But let's pause. Let's defer that one to the open forum, and we'll make sure to answer that first.
All right, and there are no more questions in the queue at this time.
Okay, perfect. So next we're going to talk more in depth about the stakeholder working group structure and the overall stakeholder process of this initiative. As I introduced it earlier, we will go into some additional depth here in the next few slides. We're really looking forward to this open and inclusive stakeholder process that really introduces this new concept of stakeholder working groups, and we look to leverage those in helping us design the Edam framework. So let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, let's start then with the stakeholder working groups, and then we'll show how those fit into the broader stakeholder process. And as I said earlier, the stakeholder working groups are part of our stakeholder process, and they're really the first step here in helping us move towards development of a STRA proposal on the Edam initiative. We're going to be leveraging these stakeholder working groups to help us with this, what I call a monumental task of designing the market structure of Edam. We look for these working groups to bring together experts, participants across the West, anybody that's really interested in providing input into the Edam initiative. And we look forward to a representation of various different interests and perspectives throughout the discussions. And we ultimately this is going to help us to design key aspects of the Edam framework that are really considerate of the different interests and perspectives. There will be 3 stakeholder working groups focusing on topics for which the subgroup of EIM entities and the California IUs developed common Edam guiding principles. Working Group 1 will be tasked with market design on the topic of supply commitment and resource sufficiency evaluation. So here, informed by the principles, we expect the working group, for example, they would further define the nature and the requirements of the resource sufficiency evaluation, consideration of consequences for failure to pass the evaluation, and other key design elements and components that are relevant to this particular topic. Working Group 2 will be tasked with market design on the topic of transmission commitment and congestion rent allocation. So here, again, informed by the principles, we expect the working group, for example, to define the type of transmission that's made available to the Edam based on the different types and uses of transmission in order to maximize making transmission available to the Edam. The group would also address elements of congestion rent allocation for transmission that's made available to the Edam. This would likely include walking through various different compensation examples and scenarios based on the transmission that's made available, and ultimately informing that market design that's being discussed as part of that working group. And Working Group 3 will be tasked with the market design on the topic of GHG accounting and cost. So here again, informed with the principles, we expect the working group to consider different frameworks, leverage some of the past work on this topic, and ultimately work collaboratively with all of the stakeholder participants that are interested in that working group to put forward as detailed of a proposal as possible. Again, working also with the relevant agencies, including CARB, to consider that input and design a framework under this approach. As I noted, I think earlier, the working groups, one of the first tasks that I envision is, one, identifying that detailed list of issues or subtopics that need to be addressed, but also reviewing the detailed, further in detail, the common design principle that's relevant to that particular working group. And then considering through those discussions whether any of those principles need to be amended, modified, or built upon. Those will be some of the first tasks that the working group will work on, and that will set them up well, I think, for future discussions within that working group. The ISO, again, will be ready to help and bring to the table those defined components, at least for initial discussion and vetting, to help move the discussion along. But we expect that the stakeholder working group will organically then help and identify different or additional issues that need to be addressed within that working group. And we're certainly open to consideration, as I said, of additional working groups that may need to be formed. We're mindful of, stretching the stakeholder community thin with these working groups based on the sizable time commitment that we think this is going to entail, and I'll talk about that later. But we're certainly open to including additional working groups at different stages of the process, whether it's, additional groups before the STRA proposal or after, based on, as we narrow down on the issues and a more concrete proposal. So let's go to the next slide, please. So you'll remember this slide from a little bit earlier, but I now wanted to cover it in a little bit more depth to describe the overall stakeholder process. We set the stage with a little bit of the introduction of these working groups and their topics, but now I want to put it in the broader context of the overall stakeholder process. And as Mark noted earlier today, we're introducing a new step in the stakeholder process, these working groups, to help with the design of key elements of the Edam framework, inform development of iterative proposals throughout the stakeholder process, and really try to leverage the expertise and the voice and the perspectives from the broader stakeholder community to help us early on in informing development of a straw proposal. The earlier that I think we do some of this heavy lifting, I think the earlier we will have a good perspective on the remaining issues, and I think it sets us up well to work through to ultimately get to the aggressive timeline of finalizing some of this work by the end of 2022. So with today's meeting and the upcoming working groups, we really start this open and inclusive stakeholder process that's open to all stakeholders. As these working groups will start the deliberations and the collaborative thinking on these key issues to drive us towards a straw proposal. As part of the stakeholder process, the ISO, again, is increasingly looking to leverage these discussions and stakeholder input early on in the process. And the stakeholder process will include various iterations of proposals that would ultimately also be subject to stakeholder comment and review, potentially adding additional stakeholder working groups beyond the ones that we've identified today, and driving us towards conclusion on this effort. The 3 working groups would launch the first week of December, as we're envisioning it as of now, and would be meeting regularly throughout the end of February of 2022. So from early December to the end of February 22, at which point the deliverables from the working group will be due. Those deliverables include potential adjustments or clarifications, like I said before, to the common design principles that are relevant to that particular group, but also development of as detailed of a market design proposal as possible. If the group cannot, for example, coalesce around a singular proposal, the group could put forward a limited set of alternatives for consideration, or at least identify the areas where the group cannot find agreement on, and the ISO then will look to provide a proposal for consideration. The deliverables from the working group that are due at the end of February will then feed into the comprehensive straw proposal that will be published at the end of March of 2022. So the working group would have that deliverable be due at the end of February, and then a month later is when all of the working group deliverables will be incorporated into the comprehensive straw proposal, along with proposals on other items that are not part of the stakeholder working groups. The straw proposal, as I said, will be subject to stakeholder review and comment as is normal course of business through this process. And those comments on the proposal can help inform further working group development after that straw proposal of a detailed market design, and can also lead, again, to the formation of additional working groups on discrete topics if necessary. From there, we will follow the iterative proposal process, where we will have multiple iterations of proposals ahead of a targeted briefing to the ISO board and the EM governing body at the end of 2022. And we envision that these stakeholder working groups could remain in place throughout the stakeholder process if necessary. It all depends on the level of the proposal and the level of agreement and the level of stakeholder feedback on those. But we envision that these working groups can continue to iterate in subsequent proposals if necessary. And as I noted, as we go through the stakeholder process, we may need to identify additional ways of engaging stakeholders through working groups to help us with that proposal. Okay, let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about the working group engagement and transparency. The stakeholder working group meetings will be public and open to all stakeholders. This will be noticed via our regular market notice process that I hope all of you receive our notices and have access to. And they will also be publicly noticed on our public calendar. In these working groups, stakeholders will have the ability to provide input, comments, questions, share proposals, and otherwise constructively engage in the discussions. The ISO will publish working group meeting minutes on the Edam initiative webpage. And as I noted, the working group deliverables will also be part of the comprehensive straw proposal that is subject to stakeholder review and comment. We really want this process to be open, inclusive, and transparent. We recognize the magnitude of the effort, but also we hope that we recognize there are different perspectives, and we hope that stakeholders can represent those in those working groups. Let's go to the next slide. Okay. A little bit about the roles of in the working groups to, again, help you visualize the structure. Each one of the 3 working groups will have an ISO facilitator who will be on point for managing the discussion. They will not be part of the ISO policy group, but they will be responsible for guiding discussion towards addressing the different market design elements that need to be evaluated. They'll be helping drive towards resolution of issues and attempting really to bridge gaps in differences in perspectives to the extent possible through the discussion, and ultimately driving the broader group of stakeholders toward the deliverables that will be due by the end of February. So we really see this facilitator role being key to helping in these, from early December through the end of February, helping drive the group in these discussions towards those deliverables. Each working group would also include a scribe who will be responsible for capturing the discussion and the meeting minutes, capturing the evolution of the proposals as they may be discussed throughout those working groups, or considering or capturing those alternatives that may be emerging from the group as the discussion moves forward, and ultimately supporting the facilitator as necessary. While we haven't yet identified those scribes, we're in the process of doing that, but we're envisioning that these will potentially be external parties, potentially a consultant knowledgeable on the topic in order to effectively perform that function and role. And as I noted in the prior slide, stakeholders will also play the pivotal role in these working groups and will help us design and drive towards meeting those deliverables from each working group. This is an opportunity for stakeholders to share their perspectives, engage and drive policy development on the Edam effort, and we hope and expect that stakeholders with different perspectives and interests across different sectors of the industry will constructively engage in these working group discussions, share ideas, represent their perspectives, and overall contribute to the development of a robust Edam framework. Aside from the time commitment, and I'll talk about this a little bit later in a future slide, but aside from participating in these working groups from December to February or through February, we hope that stakeholders will also organize in such a way to ensure that their perspectives can be shared across all 3 of the working groups. We encourage the stakeholders to meet amongst themselves, even outside of the working groups, find common ground on topics or issues, attempt to bridge gaps even outside of the working groups, and represent those perspectives at the stakeholder working group meetings. ISO policy staff and subject matter experts will also participate in the discussions, and they'll share perspectives and ideas for vetting. The policy staff will ultimately be helping integrate deliverables that may come out of the working group into the comprehensive straw proposal that's due at the end of March. But the ISO, as I noted, I think in response to one of the questions, we have a core group of folks that will be common across the 3 working groups that includes not only policy folks, but as well as technology staff that can speak to implementation aspects, as well as different ideas are shared and different perspectives are shared and different proposals are considered throughout the working groups. Let's go to the next slide. So a little bit about the participation commitment in these working groups. And we believe that the working groups will be a sizable commitment of time and effort for those that are wanting to substantively participate and contribute to those discussions. And we expect participants to be active in the discussion, participate constructively and collaboratively, looking for common ground to help us move these topics forward. And as I noted, we encourage stakeholders getting together offline in preparation for the working groups meetings to really present as joint ideas and joint proposals as possible to help us ultimately drive towards those deliverables and sharing overall their positions and perspectives. We expect at this stage, we expect a weekly cadence to these working group meetings that would start with 2 meetings a week, 2 hours each. But once the working groups start and through the engagement with the facilitators, the groups can then explore different cadence of meetings with the facilitator as may be needed. Obviously, I think there will be some flexibility. We recognize that the holidays are coming up, particularly in December, that the working group can work with the facilitator to identify if additional or a different cadence may be needed for that topic to work around the holiday timeframe. But this type of a cadence is necessary really to, under the current timeline, to help us effectively develop a viable framework. And we recognize that each of the working groups will have significant or potentially significant amount of different design issues to address. And so that's why we're also giving from early December until end of February to complete as much of these discussions and work towards that deliverable as possible. I've talked about the deliverables by this point, but these will be a detailed market design on the topic as possible. As I said before, if parties cannot coalesce in certain areas or particular subtopics, they may be able to coalesce on certain aspects of for example, under working group 1 on the resource efficiency elements. They may be able to coalesce on certain aspects of that framework, but not others. And we would expect that those will be identified where there's not agreement and identify a set of potentially limited alternatives that can be brought forward, that can be evaluated with the wider stakeholder community. Or if the working groups are deadlocked on a particular topic and cannot find a viable proposal or alternative to put forward, they should also identify that for the ISO. And the ISO can then put forth a proposal on the topic in the comprehensive straw proposal for the broader stakeholder community to consider. Ultimately, these deliverables then would be due by the end of February for each working group. And in March, a month later, is when the ISO then would publish that comprehensive straw proposal for stakeholder review and comment. And let's go to the next slide, and I think we'll pause for questions after that. Yes. So this is just the next steps on the working groups. So we want to launch these working groups, as I said, the first week of December and the first full week of December, which is the week of December 6th. As we have 3 different working groups at this stage, some stakeholders we recognize they want to actively participate in all 3 of the working groups. So we will look to, when we're scheduling these, we will look to avoid or limit overlap between sessions across the 3 working groups. We're currently working on calendaring these and identifying viable timeframes to avoid that overlap between working groups, as well as avoiding overlap with potential other stakeholder discussions. And we're organizing certain internal aspects to best support this effort. And we plan to ultimately publish a market notice ahead of Thanksgiving by November 23rd, a market notice that identifies that cadence of weekly meetings by working group. And as I said, as those working groups form, if there's a need, those working groups could then identify potentially a different cadence. But we've also created a registration link that you can access below. If you want to participate in the upcoming stakeholder working groups, you can register at that page. This will help us and the facilitator as well more effectively communicate with stakeholder participants that want to be part of a particular working group. We're also going to send a market notice out with this link to register for the working groups for those stakeholders that are interested. But at this stage, you can access it via the link on this presentation, and we will also, as I said, send out a link separately for those that want to register. We encourage you really all to participate. We recognize this is a sizable effort, but we really think that by leveraging the stakeholder working groups and the collaborative nature of being able to consider different stakeholders' perspectives, viewpoints, ideas, potentially proposals, we think that ultimately we will develop a framework that ultimately gets us an Edam framework that that can be supported across the West. So we encourage you all to participate, and let's here pause for questions on the stakeholder process and the working group structure.
All right, and we do have a question in the queue.
Hi, this is Carrie Bentley from the Western Power Trading Forum. Can you hear me okay, Milos?
Yes.
Great. So I think this is actually more for, I see Mark and Anna and Joanne. You know, I'm wondering if it would be worth it to reach out to key stakeholders and see whether we could delay starting this until January. I think as an industry, we're suffering from a lot of burnout right now. And as I look at who the key participants are, I'll note that they are also participating in RA reform and DAME and your intertie initiatives. And I see how tired everyone is. And I see how tired Kaiso staff is. And I'm wondering if we're going to start December 6th, and then 2 weeks later we have the holidays, whether it's really worth it to push those 2 weeks forward. And I know this is not what we normally talk about in Kaiso meetings, but I think it's really important to consider the human element here. And on behalf of WPTF, we'd really formally like you to ask to consider to delay for your own staff's sake as much as for everyone else's.
So this is Mark, and I don't want to get ahead of others who may have better answers than I do, but we'll take it under consideration. I personally feel there is value of meeting before the holidays start. If nothing else, it would allow the work groups to self-scope the broader set of topics that need to be discussed, and that way when we do come back fresh from the holidays, we can get into the substance of it. So I think there is the upfront work of just the scoping and the list of items that we need to address is an effort unto itself, and I would prefer to start that before the holidays if possible. But others may have a view, but we'll take it under consideration.
Thanks, Mark. And I'll answer just on behalf of myself, who's going to participate in the working groups. If you start beforehand, I'll probably be thinking about it on my holidays. I will. You know, we'll initiate the scope, and I'll be thinking about design ideas. And I appreciate you want to move forward and you want to get organized. But I do think those extra 2 weeks aren't worth the toll it'll take on people's mental health. Thanks.
All right, moving.
Do we want to go through some of the, are there any other questions, or otherwise maybe we get to some of the chat questions?
I think there was an open question that we didn't answer on day-ahead market enhancements, and maybe it's a good time to take that up. We do understand the linkage between day-ahead market enhancements and Edam, and I think we're at a phase now where trying to design a day-ahead market enhancements for a non-Edam and implementing it in, let's say, 2022, and then having it change or evolve for a 2023, early 2024 may not be best. And so I think we're moving to a continuing day-ahead market enhancements discussions, absolutely, but taking it in a expectation that it would be implemented probably fall 2023 in advance or coincident with a Edam rollout. And so that's our current thinking. I think it's important to continue those day-ahead market enhancements discussions, including the MSC discussion next week, and continuing that effort. I think we've made a lot of progress, but we are not there yet.
Thank you, Mark. Maybe we can turn to some of the questions, and I'll read one, and then maybe Jimmy or others, if there are additional questions that I might have missed. But there was a question of whether we're expecting that the registration for the working groups will be at the entity level or at the individual participant level, and you know, the registration link is crafted as such that it's on the individual level, so you can have potentially multiple. These stakeholder working groups are open to all stakeholders, so you can have multiple people from the same organization registered to participate. in those discussions. The registration, what it really gives us is a email list that we can communicate more effectively with some of those working group participants if necessary. If there are any kind of changes to schedule or timing or anything else that's necessary, exchange of certain documents. That's what the registration link really allows. So it's at the individual level, and we encourage any stakeholders that are interested to sign up for those. There was also a question as to whether the working group meetings will be recorded, given the number of meetings that are occurring across a short time frame. And at this stage, yes, the thought is that these would be recorded. There will be meeting minutes as well provided and posted on the website for stakeholders that may miss a particular discussion.
Thanks, Milos. I do see a couple other hands raised, but there is another chat question I don't think we were able to get to from VJ. Apologies if it was addressed earlier, asking about the governance-related proposals led by the EIM, GRC, if they're going to be initiated concurrently, or to start after the market design proposals have reached any specific threshold of completeness.
Yeah, I think this is Mark. I think I addressed that earlier in that we will coordinate with the EIM governing body and the board to assess that. I think there is a view that the design needs to progress in some substantive way before it's appropriate to convene the governance review committee, but we will collaborate on that assessment.
Thanks. And then, operator, if you wouldn't mind getting to I think we have a few more hands raised.
No problem. Moving on to the next question in the verbal queue. Ryan, you're unmuted. Please go ahead.
Yes, can you hear me? This is Ryan from Portland General.
Yes, we can hear you.
We can't hear you now, Ryan. I don't know if you might have dropped off, but we were able to hear you just a little bit ago.
All right, while we're working that out, we will move on to the next question in the queue. Kathleen, you're muted. Go ahead.
Hey, great. Thank you. This is Kathleen Colbert from Vistra. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks for going through all of this today. I really appreciate it. I think I have a couple things I wanted to tee up. One of them is echoing I think what Carrie said, and the second is I have a question, which I think maybe is some support for Carrie's ask, is that, you know, I deeply want to echo that I think that there's a lot going on that's really complex right now, not only at the Kaiso, but at other venues, but even at the Kaiso. And, you know, and this is something, you know, Milos, I know you and I, because we just teed off this new effort this week for the transmission reservation and market priorities effort. And I'll be transparent, and maybe I missed something in scoping of that or in my thinking of that, because I have to be honest that I have been thinking about that process not unrelated to this one. And part of the reason that I think that effort is so important, and that, you know, I've been willing to sign up for every workshop, every working group in that effort, is because to me, Edam is really important. And because they are interrelated, and working through those complex transmission reservation issues around existing transmission commitments, how do we set that up? How do we then let that feed into our day-ahead market is so critical to this entire conversation. That's become a huge priority for me. And so I have earmarked that over the next couple months to be like a big focus of mine. But I also thought it was feeding into this process. And I think a part of my question and maybe concern is that I'm hearing the same concepts in your scope for these working groups that I thought were earmarked for that working group. And I don't want to duplicate our efforts and have the same policy discussions. And ideally, I think what works for translating kind of this transmission reservation to the Kaiso BAA eventually is going to get expanded to use in this Edam framework. And, you know, I've spent a lot of time thinking about how do we take those reservation priorities that are used in the wider West and feed into our day-ahead markets for those market priorities as being pinnacle to this effort. And if I completely misunderstood the bigger picture, I apologize. But I had thought of November and December focusing on those transmission working groups as being a part and parcel of setting up the framework for this broader group, where then we could move in next year into some of these other questions. But I did think that was a part of this effort. And so I would appreciate if you could spend some time kind of maybe helping me better understand if I completely misunderstood what the difference is and how you would like us to think about these, but also kind of use that to say, if I'm not completely off base, maybe this is the first kind of teeing up of this process. But yeah, happy to better understand.
Thanks, Kathleen, and this is Milos. I think what you're referring to is, we at the same time have I think what we just renamed it to, but it's the transmission reservation and market scheduling priorities process, where as part of phase 2 of the initiative and the longer term framework, we're looking at a transmission reservation process for establishing scheduling priorities in the market. But I don't want to necessarily conclude at this stage that I think what you're alluding to is moving to a particular kind of a transmission reservation process. There are different, I think, ways or options of ultimately getting to identifying an amount of transmission that can be made available for wheel-throughs to establish priority. And that's where we're going to use those stakeholder working groups in that effort, as well as the policy process, to identify different potential frameworks for establishing those scheduling priorities. If ultimately there end up being certain connections, depending on a particular framework that we go down the road with, I think we can consider those connections to Edam, but I don't want to necessarily conclude at this stage that that there's a significant significant connection at this point. I think we need to let those working groups take shape and see what kind of frameworks we ultimately identify, because there may be some that do not have implications with Edam.
And I want to be clear. I don't want to get lost. We're committed to resolving any kind of existing market, not Edam, transmission priority, wheeling priority, expert priority issues for the longer run. And we are committed to doing that, and we will do that as a parallel effort. And Edam itself will have its own, I guess, related issues that we will address in Edam, but that's a separate effort from what we committed to in terms of addressing the longer-term framework for wheel-throughs and transmission priority.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate the clarity, and I don't mean to open up a Pandora's box, so please don't read into. I'm not trying to do that. I do see a lot of overlap between a lot of things that are being teed up, and that they will feed into this broader conversation. And so all I think I'm trying to introduce and just put forward for you to consider, since you mentioned that you would take it back and think about this from a timing perspective of, we have some moving pieces. If we can make some progress on things and get some greater clarity between now and even January on day ahead on this, it just helps overall for stakeholders to be able to think about the big picture. That's all I'm trying to suggest. So
thanks for your comments.
All right, moving on to the next question in the queue. Your line is unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Leah Fisher with Public Generating Pool, and I have two questions if I could. The first is on roles and responsibilities of working group participants. So I think I'm just still trying to understand a little bit about sort of the resource and time commitment of being a work group participant versus just a regular stakeholder. So if you could maybe kind of help outline a little bit more about the additional roles and responsibilities of being a work group member versus potentially just a stakeholder that's calling in and listening in and potentially asking questions at these meetings. For example, I might, if I had to guess, expect that there might be some sort of development of work product offline and some iterations on proposals, but if you could maybe just speak to that so we can have a better sense of sort of the differences in time commitment between those two options for engagement.
Thank you, Leah. Well, at this stage, what we're envisioning is, these are open to all stakeholders. Some may want to just call in and listen into the discussions, but I think others will be more actively engaged in those discussions and will be, regular participants. We're not making a distinction between, core members or identifying a set of folks that are sort of core members of a team. Rather, these are open to all stakeholders, and we're encouraging the different stakeholders that are interested in this particular topic to dedicate the time and resources to ensure that they can support robust discussions in those working groups. I think what naturally will come out once we get into the discussions is you will have certain entities that are, or certain participants that are naturally just listening into the discussions, but you will have others that will actively engage and support and provide input and feedback and drive some of the discussion in those working groups. But we're not really trying to create a distinction between certain stakeholders that are part of the core team versus others. Everybody can participate, and we expect that we can leverage some of the subject matter experts across the EIM entities, the California IOUs, to dedicate the time and help us drive that discussion and the different ideas that may be shared.
Great, that's helpful. And if I could, the second question goes to deliverables and might be helpful to go back to slide 19. Great. So I think what I was just trying to understand a bit here was on the deliverables, and maybe it was slide 20, but where it's kind of, oh, actually, no, this is perfect. Yeah, so the timing of these, so all of the working group proposals are expected by end of February 2022. And I just wondered if it may be, if you had thought about or you'd be open to some of those elements, for example, the principles, potentially having those be before the actual proposals are developed. I guess when I kind of think about the sequencing, it would seem to make sense to try to be tackling principles before the proposals or alternatives on market design. So I just wondered if you had thought about potentially having kind of an earlier deadline for those or would be open to that.
Yeah, no, that's a great suggestion, and I think we'd certainly be open to that. As I think I said at the beginning, I envision that, one of the first two things that will be done with the working group before getting into the substantive discussions of doing the market design on each one of the topics is, developing a list of issues that the working group will need to address and provide a detailed market design proposal on. I think that will help organize the working group and set them up for ultimately then, making sure that they're tackling each one of the issues ahead of the deadline. But also, it will be a review of the common design principles that are relevant to that group and identifying any potential changes or edits or building upon them. One thing that could happen and why we didn't necessarily think of creating a deadline earlier for edits to the principles is that as the group works through a number of these detailed issues that they identify, that may inform some of potential changes to the principles. So the thought was having both deliverables, both the proposal and any potential changes to the principles being due at the end, is that some of this detailed design may ultimately help consider potential additional changes to the principles as they go through the process. And the concern there was that if we, ask for edits to the principles early on, the later discussions may identify something that may necessitate a potential edit or update to that principle. But we can certainly consider that, and each working group can consider that as a start those discussions and start discussing both the scope items as well as the principles.
Okay, that's helpful clarification on the thinking there. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, we do have another question in the queue. Caller, your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, this is Ryan Millard from Portland General again. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ryan, we can hear you now.
Great. Made progress. I had the same question as PGP on the roles and expectations of the group, so that was super helpful, but I think I still have a question regarding logistics. Do any of these need to register for the working groups simply to attend them? And is registration for those meetings a one-time thing? Because if so, I think we need to determine pretty quickly how to structure our participation, and I'm not sure what that participation is going to look like yet.
No, great question, Ryan. And you know, the registration, you can continue. There's not a deadline to register. Like I said, the registration gives us a sense of the level of interest in the working groups, making sure that at least we can see the different stakeholders across different sectors that are engaged. And if we need to, you know, reach out to somebody, say, hey, you know, I see you guys are not registered. It will be important to get your perspectives in. We can identify that and reach out to certain folks and encourage them to participate. But it also gives us a list that we can, the facilitators in particular, can start communicating with before starting some of these meetings and setting out some of the logistics associated with the working group, potentially sharing certain documents to help kick off the discussions. But ultimately, these meetings will be public. They will be on our calendar. You don't have to register if you want to call into those discussions. The discussion, like I said, just helps us gauge the level of interest across different entities, ensuring that we have robust participation or at least representation, and it can facilitate some of the communication with those that are interested in the working group.
Great, perfect, thank you.
All right, and I believe we do not have any additional questions in the verbal queue at this time. I think I might have seen one chat question come in. Isn't the transmission, reservation, and scheduling priority effort focused on much earlier implementation than Edam?
Yeah, so that initiative is currently broken into two phases. Phase one focuses on enhancements by next summer, and then phase two is looking at the longer-term framework. And that longer-term framework, you know, the timeline of it, while we set out certain targets for that timeline, it will be informed by ultimately the different potential structures to that framework. And I think what we've noted in stakeholder meetings is by this upcoming summer, we'll have a better sense of the different structures and what's based on the working group discussions, different iterations of proposal, what that structure looks like, which will help inform ultimately the timeline. A simpler framework can be implemented earlier, whereas the more complex the framework, you know, it may need some different timeline considerations. But I think we've set out a timeline, I think, by 2024 for that longer term effort. And phase one is looking at enhancements by next summer.
All right, and I believe that is all the questions we have in the queue at this time.
Okay, I think we were on slide 24. Okay, so a little bit about then the stakeholder process schedule. We've talked about a number of these timelines now through the prior slides, but I'm going to provide an overview of the overall timeline of the initiative, similar to what you may have seen during the Edam forum last month, and then the more granular near-term schedule with some of the more near-term milestones, and some of these have been mentioned in the prior slide. So let's go to the next slide, please. So we shared this version of the broader timeline at the Edam forum in mid-October, and today represents really the start of the foundational workshop and the stakeholder process for this initiative and the Edam policy design. And that policy design is really slated to go through the end of 2022. at which point we would provide a briefing to the ISO Board of Governors and the EIM governing body. And then 2023 is slated for implementation activities associated with the Edam policy design based on the outcome from those stakeholder discussions in the policy development. And ultimately, the ISO would be ready then in 2024 to start onboarding entities that may be willing to participate as a result of that detailed market design. So let's go to the next slide. So here's a little bit more granular of a representation of some of the key near-term milestones for the policy development process. And as I noted earlier, and here we're putting kind of a more specific date on February 25th is when the working groups would be required to provide that, expected to provide that deliverable of one, as detailed of a design proposal as possible with the caveats I noted that could be alternatives, or at least identifying the areas where they could not come to an agreement or development of alternatives. But that's one deliverable. And then commensurate deliverable is any type of edits or modifications or additions to any of the relevant common design principles. But ultimately, this would allow then the ISO, if we get those deliverables by the end of February, would allow the ISO to synthesize the information across the various topics discussed in those working groups and include them into a broader straw proposal by the end of March. And in this case, we're targeting at least the 28th of March when we would publish that comprehensive straw proposal for stakeholders. Based on those timelines, we put forward also a meeting date to review and discuss that straw proposal, and we would expect as well in that stakeholder meeting to leverage representatives from the stakeholder working groups to share and present on different aspects of the proposals that may have come out from that working group. And then stakeholder comments on that straw proposal would be due the traditional 3 weeks later, which is later in April, around mid-April on the 18th, based on these timelines. Allowing the working groups then from early December to late February to deliberate and develop the market design proposal and ultimately publish the straw proposal in March will give then additional time for evaluation of issues and hopefully development of a more robust and comprehensive proposal. You know, I'll note that initially we were thinking early December through the end of January for the working group. So we recognize that that is just too short of a time frame. So we added an additional month with the hope being that the more time there is for these deliberations, the more comprehensive the straw proposal can be and provides a representation of the different stakeholders' interests in that proposal and puts it out for comment. But ultimately, it also may, down the line, decrease the need for additional iterations of proposals if, based on the comprehensiveness of the first proposal, the more that people and stakeholders can align on certain issues. But at this stage, we would roughly then, after that March straw proposal, end of March straw proposal, we would roughly be on a 2-month cadence between proposals to get us towards a December briefing to the ISO Board of Governance and the EIM governing body. And depending, again, on the level of stakeholder comment and level of alignment between stakeholders, there may be opportunity to, cut down on some of these proposals, but at least we've left time here for additional, looks like 4 additional proposals beyond the March straw proposal to allow for stakeholder discussion, stakeholder comment, and stakeholder review. Additional iterations of proposals then would be slated for late May, late July, late September, and late November. So let me pause then here as well for questions. After this, if there are any questions in particular on these last 2 slides. After this, we have slated the open forum section of the meeting, and stakeholders then can ask questions on anything you've really heard today. If you've had time now to digest some of this information, maybe you have additional questions that you want to ask. But let me pause here just discreetly on questions on the last 2 slides regarding the timeline.
All right, we do have a question in the verbal queue. Your line is being unmuted. Please go ahead.
Hi, Milo. It's Dan Williams from Customized Energy Solutions. I think this is largely a timeline question, but is there a point within this broader timeline where the Kaiso has sort of discussed that they need to have identified an anchor tenant or a number of anchor tenants, critical mass, whatever you want to refer to it as, to keep this moving forward, or to potentially narrow some of the design options? And if so, kind of where does that hit? Is it after the final proposal? Is it somewhere mid next year? How has that been discussed internally?
Yeah, thanks for that, Dan. I don't know, Mark Rothley, if you have any thoughts on this, but at this stage, we recognize there may be a need for something like that at some point throughout the stakeholder process. I'm not sure that we've identified a particular time frame or a particular stage. I think we want to see how the working groups coalesce around providing some of these proposals and the reaction to some of the straw proposal elements. But Mark, I don't know if there's anything else you want to add to that.
No, I think you answered it the way I would answer it. There's not a hard line, fast line in the ground when we'd have to have that. We'll have to assess that. Certainly would hope that at least before implementation time, we have some genuine interest of moving forward on whatever the design that it looks like is developed at that point. So I think that's the best I could say at this point.
And I guess so kind of with that in mind, is that do you sort of look at this, Mark, as sort of building a design or asking the work groups to build a design that works for the entire footprint at the outset? And I say entire footprint, the known commitment to the EIM out through the next couple of years.
I would hope the design has as broad develops as broad an interest as possible, but I think the reality is that we can't expect that it's going to attract everybody. And the reality is sort of like how EIM started, there may be a first mover and then probably a second set of movers, and then others will have to evaluate where they stand in terms of wanting to participate in it.
Great, thank you, and great discussion today. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
I believe that was our verbal cue.
Yeah.
Sorry,
maybe I'm looking at the chat. Maybe I'll answer one of the questions that I can see here is from Doug Marker from BPA. Milo, do you plan on more specific checkings along the way in 2022 with the EM governing body, BOSSR, and RIF? And I think that we haven't necessarily crafted it out as part of this detailed schedule that we have here, but I think that's a reasonable thing that we expect to do along the line, providing updates on where we are in the process, particularly following some of the straw proposals, and we get a sense of stakeholder perspectives. I think we plan on providing these updates on a regular basis.
All right, and I believe we do have several more questions in the chat. One question is, will the working groups use the extended say-ahead market straw proposal as the starting point, or will the working groups come up with a new straw proposal in March 2022?
Will the working groups use the extended? Yeah.
Let me try this because it's referring back to something that had started probably 2 years ago, and I think the answer is this will be a new straw proposal. It will be informed by the working group outcomes. It will consider new information that has developed over the years. So while we may refer to some of the prior straw proposal, there may be some elements that retain. We're starting anew, and we expect it to develop from the new stakeholder process.
All right, and I think we do have one more question in the chat. David says, is there a common principle or objective for the Edam transactions to meet the CA, PCC, RPS requirements? I heard this question and answer beforehand, with the answer being it is uncertain currently. My question is, what is the goal with respect to the Edam design with respect to the PCC requirements?
I apologize, Milos. I'm not sure I heard the full question.
Yeah, I mean, let me read it out loud. Is there a common principle or objective for the Edam transactions to meet California PCC RPS requirements? I heard this question and answer beforehand, with the answer being it is uncertain currently. My question is, what is the goal with respect to the Edam design with respect to the PCC requirements?
So I think there would be an objective that if you're getting energy and you've contracted for that energy and that energy happens to be coming in through an Edam transfer, I would hope that it would be able to count for one of the buckets, and the determination is what bucket would it count under. I think we have to help determine that. I don't think there's a expectation that the only things, or I guess the other way around, I'm not sure you're asking it this way, but that that everything that is an Edam transfer has to count towards a bucket. But I think if it's a renewable, it's a resource, and it otherwise should be countable for a PCC bucket, I think it's appropriate that we find ways and bridge that and align it such that we figure out which bucket it does account for.
All right, and I believe that is the only other question in the queue at this time.
Okay, this is Milos again. I think here we're now shifting to the, even though some of these questions I think we're going into some of the open forum questions, but now we can open it up to any questions regarding what you've heard today from the morning to the afternoon. If you've had a chance now to consider everything you've heard, if any kind of questions come up, this would be the time to raise those. So let's open it up for any additional questions that stakeholders may have.
Thanks, Milos. Since we're giving folks time, I think we did table a question from Dan Williams earlier for this section asking if we can comment on the current status of the DAME initiative, next steps, et cetera, that's related to the Edam.
Yeah, I think Mark answered that. Mark Rothleader answered that, I think, a few slides back in between one of the topics.
Yeah, I answered that. Maybe I answered it earlier than I was supposed to, but I tried to answer that earlier.
Thanks. And I don't see any further questions, unless operator you're seeing anything.
The verbal queue either?
Great.
See, Dan's got his hands up.
Oh, yep, go ahead.
Dan Williams, Customized Energy Solutions again, and Mark, yeah, you did answer that one. Thank you for that. I guess just kind of a comment or a request that maybe bleeds over into the roadmap meeting next Tuesday. And that's just around asking for Kaiso's help in identifying those initiatives that are kind of underway or committed to over the next couple of years that may be impacted by how the Edam initiative moves forward. And I say that because, and that also kind of ties into the potential for, which areas may, commit in the early days or not. And I say that in part just in thinking about some of the procurement directives from the CPUC, thinking about RA import decisions and such, and to the extent that Edam creates a set of unknowns for resources or for market participants that may be looking to line up contracts over the next couple of years to meet those procurement decisions. Those unknowns are tough to deal with. So I guess the request is just to try and identify, where the touch points might be, and then just to kind of work on dealing with those as we kind of work through the next few months.
Yeah, I think it's well taken, and we'll try to do that. And I think you want us to identify the two-way potential interplay to the extent the separate market design may influence Edam, either participation or design, or vice versa, how Edam may play out or influence some of the other market designs that we'd have to do anyway, but could be influenced by Edam itself. So there is interplay. We'll try to address that when we have the broader roadmap discussion.
Thank you.
I do think we have a question in the chat. Will Kaiso be providing a comment template for this workshop? Looking to understand if Kaiso will be seeking feedback on the principles in these comments, or if the focus should be on timeline, work group structure, etc., and opportunities to comment on principles will occur later in the work group meetings.
Well, first off, I think we welcome any comments and any feedback at any time. But I think to the extent it gets into substantive matters that will be taken up by the working group, I guess I would probably advise maybe holding off until those work groups start. But if there's something you want to articulate to us now, we'll always welcome it.
Yeah, Mark, and I'll add on to that. We will be publishing a comment template on the workshop, but as Mark said, particularly on the principles, if there are substantive discussions, the working groups will take those up, but we will certainly take comments as well. And as Mark noted earlier, we'll be also providing responses to the questions that the group went over, and we'll be publishing those here in the near future.
All right, and that was the last question I see in the queue at this time.
Okay. Well, yeah, I wanted to take a moment to thank everybody really for your participation and the questions. We recognize Friday, all-day meeting after Veterans Day. It's a heavy ask for a number of you, so we really appreciate you taking the time to be with us today. As I noted, we will be publishing a market notice here on Monday with the comment template for this workshop. We certainly welcome your comments, as well as the link to register to the different working groups. It's not required that you register. You can certainly participate in the working groups once we schedule those, but the registration, as I said, will help us get a better sense of entities participating and make it a little bit easier to communicate with those that are interested in the topics. We really appreciate, again, all your input. Feel free to reach out to us with any questions, but thank you again for taking the time. And I'll turn it over to Jimmy to take us to the next steps.
Thanks a lot, Miloš, and thank you again for everyone's questions, great questions, and Mark as well. We appreciate everyone's time on Friday, as Miloš mentioned. And to your question, Leigh, at the end there, we will be publishing a template. Hopefully, you can look for that to be posted later this afternoon. If not, first thing on Monday. We do ask for written comments, as Miloš mentioned, here in a few weeks by December 8th. So give some time after the break. And we do appreciate your comments on that note as well. And any other related questions, as Mark mentioned, please feel free, folks. We have an ISO Stakeholder Affairs at Kaiso.com mailbox to send any of those. And we do encourage you, of course, as well to subscribe to our daily briefing if you aren't already. And this was recorded as a reminder, and you can look for that to be up hopefully in the next couple of business days. So with that, have a great rest of your afternoon, folks.